Good afternoon, everyone. It's a rainy day here in Champaign, Illinois. It's Saturday, February 8th, 2025. You are watching Co-op for Two. Boy, I don't wear this shirt very often. It looks weird. All the shirts look weird. All right, so what are we doing today? We're playing the second game that we've played from a series called Masters of Crime. Today we're playing Masters of Crime Shadows. This was requested by several people. I'm very curious to see how it stacks up against the first game we played, which was Masters of Crime Vendetta. But before we get into that, let's check in with the chat, see how everyone is doing. That's weird. That screen of chat is a little bit delayed. Now it's caught up. Not sure why that would happen. Okay. YouTube says 17 concurrent viewers and 2 thumbs up, 2 likes. That seems a little, well, okay. So let's do some bookkeeping before we get started. We've played a bunch of games this week. On Wednesday, I did an episode of Tabletop Mystery Game News, a new series where I talk about upcoming games being released, Kickstarter games, etc. It's not the most enjoyable series to record, to live stream. So if you find that useful, please do let me know. Maybe post a comment on that video. Otherwise, I'll stop doing it because I don't really have fun doing that. I mean, I always have fun sitting here talking to you guys, but I'd much rather be playing a game than researching new upcoming games. But if you find that series useful, let me know. Then we played yesterday we played The Ghosts of Brandonsbury, which is behind me here, a cold case game from a French company. They've got 3 or 4 of them, only 2 translated to English. This is the second one we played last night, and it was very good. I definitely recommend that series. We've recently played the game a little bit next to it, Lost in Adventure, The Labyrinth, and then next to that, Under Suspicion, The Starry Sky Necklace. All good games for different reasons. And Jonathan and Warner and I have been starting a new campaign in the 7th Citadel on early in the week. Maybe we'll play another session in the next couple of days. And then most importantly, though, tomorrow, Sunday, at this same time, 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, I will be doing another channel update live question and answer video. I try to do those once every 3 months, even though it doesn't feel like it feels weird to do them sometimes, but they have to be done. It's like a state regulation. So tomorrow I'll be having that live Q&A. I hope you can join me for that. It is fun to have people turn up for that. The live playthroughs, everything, they go on as scheduled, whether people stop by or not. The channel updates and question and answer are more enjoyable if there are more people there asking questions. And I'd love to hear what you guys are up to, so that's your chance. Okay, anything else to talk about before we get started here? Now, Masters of Crime. There are, I think, 4, maybe 5 games in the series you can currently buy. There's Masters of Crime Vendetta, which we played, a Mafia set game. That is currently available on Amazon for $11. That's a good, nice, long game for $11. You can watch my spoiler-free review of it. And then there's a set of other ones, Incognito, Shadows, and Rapture, that are out and available for about $15, $16 each. And then there's a couple more in the wings. One is called Mosquito or something. So if you like this series, you got a bunch of games to play. We're going to take a look and see what makes it different in a minute. But it's clear this is a heist one. In the Masters of Crime series, they seem to all revolve around the player being either a bad guy or pretending to be a bad guy. That's the scheme here. and it worked quite well with Masters of Crime Vendetta. It's a card-based game, but it has a little bit of cold case feel to it. Let's take a look at the back of the box. In fact, I'm just going to open it up here so we can see it. So, okay. So there are some documents that are revealed in these envelopes as you go, fairly light for a cold case game. But then most of the time you're spent talking to people and visiting locations. Now I see something looks a little different. This little corner here looks different. So most of the time you're traveling around, meeting people, talking to them. Now there is internet use in this game. In Vendetta, we had to go a couple times. I think they were real websites that we went to. I mean, created for the app, created for the game, fake websites, but there was an occasional use of it. But it was done well and it didn't detract too much. And then the internet was also used for answering questions and stuff. And it wasn't a particularly hard game, but there were some very cool aspects to the game, more in the realm of sort of psychological moral decisions. And that, for me, was the highlight of Masters of Crime Vendetta. And a little bit of sort of choose your own ending type of thing going on, which I really enjoyed. So I'm very curious to see if Shadows continues all of those ideas or if it's different. Amato Rose says, favorite heist movie is Heat. Okay, well, Heat is amazing. Heat is Robert De Niro and Al Pacino and Val Kilmer, and I forget the name of the other guy who's so scary looking, who looks like he would kill you if you got on his wrong side. Heat is a great movie. Michael Mann, director, one of my favorite movies. Really good modern. That's a very modern heist movie. On the other side of the spectrum, though, I think my favorite, other than Heat, which is, Heat is an odd heist movie. It's more of like a bank robbery movie, which has a slightly different vibe. But a couple of my favorite, I don't tend to like the more modern ones. They've got the wrong feel for me, but if you're interested in some classic sort of noir, slow burn movies, check out two famous classic French noir movies, Rififi and Cirque Rouge, are really good. And I mean, they feel like they're made from a different time. You have to be willing to sort of suspend disbelief a little bit. But they're very good movies. They're classics for a reason. Okay. I already said how much this was, right? About $16. I think you should go get, if you haven't watched or played Vendetta, Masters of Crime Vendetta, you can go pick that up for $11 on Amazon. I mean, or wherever you buy your games. Now, I want to remember to thank the Patreon supporters of this channel. They make it possible, you make it possible for me to buy these games, bring them to the channel, play them, review them. Everything we play on this channel is purchased with my own money and money from the Patreon supporters like you. It means that I can keep myself completely uninvolved in any publisher and have no ties, no biases, at least those that we're in control of. And I love the feeling that you guys are supporting this channel. It makes me know that you appreciate this, and we're in it together. And we're independent of the publishers. We don't depend on review copies. We don't have to have cozy relationships and feel bad when we don't like a game. We can say we don't like it. All right. Let's open up the box and get started. This is going to take us, the box says 2 to 4 hours. Normally, when we play a game on the channel, it takes me about 3 times as long as the box time. So this could take us from 6 to 12 hours. Someone may be able to check. I can't remember. I think Masters of Crime Vendetta took us 2 streams to finish. So we may have to make a tough decision today about splitting this into 2 streams. And if we do, when do we play the second half? Because tomorrow I'm doing the live Q&A. So let's see. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll finish it in 1 session. If not, we'll probably continue it tomorrow. It's just I'm not exactly sure when tomorrow we'll continue it. Okay, here's our deck of cards. Stop, don't look at anything in the box. Don't break the seals. Follow the game instructions, which start on the back of this card. Don't break the seals, but follow the instructions on the back of this card. How are we supposed to do that? I guess we have to disobey the first rule, but maybe that's in keeping with the idea that we are criminals, which I assume we are. So we're already having to break the first rule. All right. I'm curious what you think of Rififi. All right. Oh, don't do anything. All right. Okay, here we go. Let me see if I can use my green screen for this and put these out of the way so you don't see that. Okay, don't look at anything in the box yet. Don't break any of the seals. Follow the game instructions, which start on the back of this card. During the game, keep this deck in its original order, except when you are told to draw specific cards. When you're ready to start playing, turn this card over and read the instructions. Shadows is a story-based game in which you're planning and pulling off an epic art heist. To succeed, you'll need to complete puzzles, make decisions, and follow clues. You'll need something to write with, the game materials in this box, and access to the internet. As you progress through the game, you'll come across new locations, people, and clues. Carefully study the illustrations on the fronts of the cards you draw because the images of the locations and characters could reveal key information. We're going to talk about that in a minute. It's one of the odd things with Masters of Crime Vendetta. If you're playing solo, you'll obviously be able to make your own decisions. If you're playing with others, you'll need to discuss your options and reach an agreement about the best way forward. All your decisions should be made together because you're working as a team. Shadows is not about getting through the heist as fast as possible, but about achieving the best outcome. So take all the time you need. The game consists of 2 parts, the planning stage and the heist. Once you've finished the planning stage, the top card on the draw stack will be card 35. So if we were going to break it up into 2 sessions, maybe that will be the place to break. It will explain how to proceed with the heist and what steps you need to take to pull off the burglary. If you're stuck and aren't sure how to move forward with the job, you can find some help on the website. You'll keep coming back to this website again and again as you progress through the game because it's where you enter the codes and puzzle solutions that you need to unlock new information and instructions. Okay, already it's different. There was no 2-part system in Masters of Crime Vendetta. And this one seems to be leaning more heavily on the idea of puzzles. I don't think the Masters of Crime Vendetta did have that feel. So already I'm curious. Draw card 2 and continue reading. Okay. Ultimately, your goal is to steal a priceless painting and get away unnoticed. Along the way, you'll also have plenty of opportunities to show off your brilliant deductive skills. Your decisions during the game will not only affect how the game unfolds, but also determine your score at the end. Set out the heist board. You can use this board for your notes about the people in the game and to work out where you are. You'll also find a note sheet with grid to write down your notes. Okay, so there is a strip of stars. All right, let me get this out and then we'll continue reading here. So this is similar to Masters of Crime Vendetta, this blue sheet, which is a little inconvenient for us. We'll make it work. All right. So suggested places to put locations. We'll probably put those off to the side. Draw stack, high stack, symbol reference, locations. So most of these are for locations. The stars were also in the last one, but this is new to us. This was not in Masters of Crime Vendetta. All right, so you can see that this is really just a place to keep stuff. So we don't really have to use this board all the time. We'll figure out. I guess we'll figure out if we want to go through with it. All right, and there's also a notes sheet, but we'll use our own notes. We don't need to write on this stuff. Heist night. Looks like this is a date here. Okay, and then a little starting planning thing. We'll worry about that in a bit. Okay, there is a strip of stars at the top of the board. Various points in the game, you'll be given a particular number of stars when you make an especially good decision. When you receive stars, color in the appropriate number of stars on the heist board. Okay, we could just use stickers or whatever we want for this, or keep track on a separate sheet. In general, I try to play these games without marking them up. It's cheap enough that I would suggest you don't do that. In fact, maybe we won't do that. But for $15, $10, I think it's worth it to treat it as a one-time play and mark it. But some of you, like me, have a hard time not trying to keep things so they can be passed on. All right, this game also features alarm symbols. When you make especially risky decisions, or when something goes wrong during the heist, you'll get alarms. Color these in accordingly. If you collect too many alarms, you'll lose stars at the end of the game. But taking some risks can pay off. Sometimes the risk will earn you some alarms, but also earn you a higher number of stars. The number of stars you have colored in will determine your final score at the end. This is where this series has really done well in creating these tense sort of psychological decisions, and I'm loving seeing that they're doubling down on that. Some cards require you to explore new locations, e.g. location A. When that happens, take all the cards with that name, place them on a stack on the heist board on top of the label, ready for when you need them for each new location. First, look at both sides of the top card only. So you get to see the full card on the top of the deck for that location, and you read it. At each location, you'll need to make a decision and then draw the corresponding cards. Following the instructions on the cards will advance you through the game. So there's some branching here. You won't see all the cards. Make sure you study all the images and read the text on the back side of every available card before reaching your decision. So one of the weird things I remember about Masters of Crime Vendetta is there are occasional clues on the back of the cards, but they didn't seem really related. They weren't like deductively clues. They were just sort of abstract hints. Like if you notice a certain symbol, then maybe you should choose the answer with that symbol, something like that. That was one of the tiny misses, I thought, in the game. Let's see if they've changed it at all here, though. Once you make your decision, that choice is final. Pay attention to the symbols at the bottom of the cards, which tell you which cards you need to discard and which cards you need to add to the heist stack. So you're manipulating the deck a little bit. Return discarded cards to the box. You can no longer look at them. Some cards may require you to draw a specific card. Draw that card, study it. At certain points, the symbol shown here will instruct you to take one of the envelopes with the specific number from the box. Break the seal. Look inside. That envelope will contain important information or another puzzle you need to solve. You might not get to open all the envelopes because your choices will determine what information you are given, but don't worry, you will always have enough information to pull off the heist. Okay, so far so good. Card 3A. Throughout the game, you will have to figure out various puzzles. The solutions to these puzzles might be place names, numerical codes, or addresses. If a card includes this code symbol, then you go to the website, you enter the solution, which will give you your next important clue. You can find out what type of solution you need by going to the website. Okay, so we could visit that before we know the answer to see how long the answer is, etc. Sometimes you'll need to use the internet in order to complete this game. When you find some information on the internet, you will see the globe symbol. For example, you may need to look up places on Google Maps or research background information. You'll also need to visit any URLs you find during the course of the game. Phone numbers with numbers obscured by stars do not need to be called. Okay, good, well done. So I don't think we need to worry about going to the internet until we see that symbol. When you need to find some information on the internet, you'll see the globe symbol. Otherwise, we don't need to use it. Turn this card over, place it on the symbol reference I spot on the heist board for all players to see. It acts as a reference for the various symbols. Okay, draw cards, add cards to heist stack, discard, alarm, envelope, code, internet. Fine. Okay, so this is staying out. Where did it want me to put it? Oh, symbol reference 1. Okay, so it wants it there. And then we've got symbol reference 2. Okay, color in a star, color in an alarm, return these cards, add these cards to the heist stack, draw the card with this number from the draw stack and read it. Take all the envelopes showing these numbers. Okay, very straightforward. We recommend you take a break after 2 hours. If you'd like to pause the game halfway through, you can find out how to save your progress. Take notes on the board. Keep track of leads and codes that haven't been used yet. Okay, that's a good idea. Navigating the website, using internet search, ensuring game materials are being used correctly. Have you thrown away everything you need to throw away, etc. Beginning the game, draw card 71, place it on the spot marked heist stack on the heist board. Without looking at them, stack cards 5 through 8 under card 71. Place the location A stack on the indicated space. Place the remaining cards, which should already be in numerical order, on the draw stack. Flip this card and place it on symbol reference 2. Begin the game by reading card 9. All right, so we're preparing a little bit. Okay, so you can see at the top of the stack here, it says this is the scoring card. So we don't want that. All right, let me turn this away and follow these instructions. We're going to get card 71. Okay, second to last card. Place it on the spot marked heist stack. Okay, so you can see what this says. It's the heist stack. Whenever you're instructed to add a card to heist stack, place that card underneath this one. So it goes at the top. The order doesn't matter yet. You'll put the heist stack in descending numerical order at the start of the heist stage. So weird. I'm so curious about this. All right, so they want this at the heist stack, which is where? Here, officially. Here, heist stack. All right, what else do we have to do? 5 through 8, which is the scoring cards. Okay. Okay, 5 through 8 are the scoring cards. They go under that. We'll probably move some of this stuff around in a bit. And then take location A, which is 9 through 13. Okay. So most of this game will be going to locations, or at least the first half. Okay, so location A would go all the way up near location A, but we don't have to worry about that. Begin the game by reading card 9, which is location A. Okay, so that's how we play the game, and then the draw stack would go here. This one we need it. All right, and then this card flips around and becomes symbol reference 2, which is down here somewhere. So here you have the board. Now, whether we stick with this board or not, I'm not sure, but we'll just do a little bit of improvisation here. Symbol reference here in case we need it. We can move this down. We'll just keep things, I guess we'll keep the board nearby. It's a little bit busy, but maybe we'll keep it nearby for now. Or we could just fold it up. I mean, you can see crew, heist selection, crew. So this is for putting our crew out. I'm not even sure we're going to need this in the beginning. And this is all generic. We just need to be able to mark things off here. So let's just look at this. It didn't explain this part. It didn't explain this to us, but we can see. If you only have 3 alarms, you're going to lose 1 star. 4 to 5 alarms minus 2 stars. 6 to 7, 8 or more, you lose 4 stars. So we don't want alarms, but sometimes we do have to take risks. So we can't eliminate all alarms. All right, I'm going to keep this sheet out for now, but I think probably it will be cleaner for us to get rid of it soon since it's not doing that much for us. So, and probably we don't need to see this. Like location B, we're not supposed to really know about that yet. So I'm going to put that off to the side. Try not to look at that. But here is the first location that becomes available. And whenever you get out a new location, you'll remember it said we look at the back and we read the front, and then it'll make us make a choice. So let's take a look. We're supposed to look at this card. So we're in maybe our mobile headquarters. It looks like a van with lots of surveillance and digital computer stuff to study the scene. So are we ready to start? No, what we should do here is, well, yes, let's read the introduction to the story on the first card. Then then we'll take an early break. I'll give you a chance to leave if you want to leave early. All right, card 9, that's where we're starting. Let me just make sure we don't want to start off to a bad mistake. Begin by reading card 9. Okay, so we looked at the back. That's our mobile headquarters. All right, let's read our story. The mobile headquarters keeps you sheltered from the cold, wet Amsterdam morning. The electric heater is blowing hot air through the converted van. The computers are booting up and the coffee maker is doing its job. You're waiting for a phone call and getting twitchy. You didn't come to Amsterdam on a whim. You're here for a job, and it's one that will make you rich. You're just taking your first sip of fresh coffee when your burner phone rings. The distorted computerized voice on the other end confirms what you already knew. Your job is to break into the Bachmann Gallery and steal a painting. Time is short. You're on a €100,000 budget. You'll be told the location for handing over the stolen goods just before the break-in. When you explain you're already in town and preparations are underway, your client is ready to hang up immediately. So you've only got time to ask him one question. Love it. All right. Do you want to ask about the painting or ask who we're working for? In Masters of Crime Vendetta, the first question was an important one. So what does the chat think? Do we want to ask about the painting or ask who we're working for? I mean, they got to tell us. they got to tell us what painting to steal, but do we want more information about the painting, or do we want to know who we're working for? Really? Everyone wants the painting? That sort of surprises me. I feel like I'm surprised you guys don't want to know who hired us. Isn't that how these crime movies all go bad? Like we're hired by someone. All right, everyone wants painting. Well, are you not familiar with this genre? Like, it's going to turn out we were hired by someone who's going to double cross us. For me, I feel like it's going to be a famous painting. It's going to be worth a lot of money. They're going to have to tell us which one to steal. They're not going to tell us who we're working for. Yeah, but won't they? It's true, but won't they? Maybe they'll slip up and reveal something. All right, let me have some of this coffee that it was telling me about. All right, everyone wants to know about the painting. All right, well, it's a choose your own adventure. We can choose what we want. The channel has chosen to ask about the painting. Sleeping Dragon says, ask about the painting to seem trustworthy. Now, there is a good rationalization. That is smart. That is smart. If we ask about who we're working for, that is not what the pro thief does, and that will make them suspicious. Okay, that's clever. That's clever. Let's not make them doubt and suspect us of being up to no good. We're pros. We don't ask who we're working for. We just get straight to it. I like that. Is very clever thinking. Love it. Okay, so we're going to ask about the painting. We're going to keep on the right track. We're professional thieves. We don't ask who we're working for until the last minute. Then when things go bad, then we'll pull a switch. All right, so we're going to break here early to give you a chance to leave this live stream. If this looks like a game that might interest you, it's currently on sale for $16 or cheaper. Probably available at your local game store. You can buy it. You could go buy it, play it through with your group, and then come and watch this live stream after you do. For those of you who are going to stick around and join me for the whole game, we'll be playing most of the afternoon probably. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back and ready to get started with our heist. So, we decided we're going to be the professionals, not make them suspicious by asking about the painting, which is card 10. All right, so it's told us to draw card 10. We're still in location A. Nothing really to see on the back. Your client is after 2 rare originals that are on display at the Bachman Gallery. The paintings are called Roman Place Setting and Golden Hour, and your client is prepared to pay millions for each. You make it clear that getting even one of them will be difficult enough within the constraints of the available budget. So stealing 2 paintings from the gallery is out of the question. In the end, you agree to steal one of the 2 paintings. Which one is up to you? However, the heist has to happen on July 28th. You hang up, happy with how that went, and review your plan so far. Of course, you'll need to scout out the gallery. The city archives are sure to have the building's floor plans. You'll also need a crew of skilled professionals to pull off the job. You've already narrowed it down to a select few. People need to be found and hired. To complicate matters, your mobile headquarters took quite a beating on the way to Amsterdam. Urgently needs some attention at the workshop. There's lots to do and no time to waste. So look at that. What we chose. Has this set up a different heist than if we had made the other choice? I don't know. All right, but let's follow these rules so you understand how everything goes. We discard card 11. We don't ever get to see that. That's a branch not traveled, so that gets thrown out. And here's a little reminder. That's what stack A looks like. Keep this card face down in location A, right? Okay. And now it wants us to form the new location B, which it just told us about, the city archive. That's a new location we can go to. And location C, the workshop, we could take the van. And location D, which is the Bachman Gallery. Okay, and then we don't really want to pay much attention to this. Where do I put this off screen? You can see everything on this top-down camera. All right. Then it says get rid of card 11, which I did. It says 13 and 56. So we're supposed to add card 56 to the heist stack. That I remember. So don't look at it. Okay, I guess you can look at it. It's just a generic backed card. That goes, when you're told to put a card, put it underneath this one, but the order doesn't really matter. So that just goes there. But the green card instruction means draw the card with this number from the draw stack and read it. So card 13, card 13 is in our mobile headquarters. So it's told us to read this card. Okay, nothing on the back. It's dark. Oh, let's do the rest of the rules. We're told to get a star. We're going to use little red sticker here. I'm going to put it over here on this right-hand side just because it's likely I'll fold this up. All right, and then I'll also keep track here. We've got 1 star. We got 1 from card 10. All right, so we'll keep that nearby. And we get envelope 1. Location A is where you're supposed to put the sticker. These stars do not correspond to these locations. They might look like they are. The only thing these are doing is counting, helping you count off how many you get. So it's just important that we mark one star somewhere. In fact, it doesn't even have to be on this board. And then we're supposed to open envelope 1, which is what we're going to do now. Okay, already it's torn. Is there a way to do this without? I see, it's kind of scored. All right, let's see what we've got. List of potential specialists. All right. So before we continue reading, let's take a look at our specialists here. Anthony Walker, a pickpocket and art expert, and has a boat license. Costs us 25,000 euro to hire him. The Eagle, a getaway driver, pilot's license, master of disguise. Claire Mendoza, pickpocket, master of disguise, multiple languages. Python, he's got a boat license, computer security expert, and electronics expert. Female facial tattoo. Kiki Bang Bang, charismatic narcotics expert, master of disguise. 220 pounds. Claire's 45,000 euro. She's expensive. Black Swan is an acrobat, former ballerina, pilot's license, speaks multiple languages. Rubik's, charismatic computer security expert, electronics expert. Smoking Gun, boat license, narcotics expert, exceptional acrobat. Got an innocent demeanor, 40,000 pounds. Max budget, 100,000. Look at this. We're going to get to choose who to hire with a max budget of 100,000. That's so interesting. Okay. Why do we have this guy's photo here instead of the details? All right, so we don't have to pick a crew yet, but it sure looks like we're going to pick a crew. That is a very cool idea. Okay, that's fun. All right, so not yet, but we'll be thinking about this. Probably, well, we don't know the job yet. We know we're breaking into a gallery, but we don't know details, so we don't know who we need yet. Sure sounds like we're going to need a boat, though. Boat license, boat license, pilot license, boat license. So we've got 3 pilots and 2 boat drivers. That sounds like we're going to make our getaway by boat or plane. We are in Amsterdam. All right, let's put this off to the side and let's follow the next rules. Card D on the heist board. Okay, right. Those are just our locations. All right, so now we're going to grab card 13. We study its back. There's nothing really to see. And then we flip it over and read it. Here's our equipment. We've got bolt cutters. This looks like a portable angle grinder. It's basically like a little mini circular saw is what it looks like to me. We've got some rope or wire, and we've got a security outfit, security suit, and it looks like we've got climbing harness for rappelling and gloves. All right. I guess this just stays open for us somewhere. Be nice if it told us we could clean up, throw away some of these cards. We'll just put this over here. There's our equipment. Now, it hasn't told us what to do now. Like now, or do we just go to a location? Where are the instructions? You would think there'd be a little instruction saying, now choose a location to go to. Study. Okay, let's see. Some cards require you to explore new locations. When that happens, for each new location, did I miss a card? 56 I did. I did it out of order. I added card 56, which was a heist card, to the heist stack. We don't get to read that. We just add that to the heist stack. So yeah, I guess we're just going to go to a location. It's just odd that it doesn't say, okay, now your adventure is starting. Pick a location. It's implied that we should now decide what to do. We need to scout out the gallery. We need to go to the city archives to check out floor plans, and we need to get our crew. We need to go to the workshop for our van. So there's the workshop for our van. There's the city archive for the floor plans, and there's the gallery to scout it out. But it hasn't told us where we go to pick our crew. It's a little weird. Can't you read the front and back of any top location card? No. No. Because when you go to a location to read the top card, you go to that location and then make a decision. Some cards require you to explore the location. Place them on a stack, ready for when you need them. For each location first, maybe we should. Now I don't remember how we did this last time. I think we may have had the same problem we had before about whether we're allowed to look at these top cards and see the decisions it wants us to make before and then leave and come back. That doesn't sound thematically appropriate. I think we should at least treat it like once we go to visit a location and read the card, we may have to make a decision right then and there. For a game that has spelled out everything, it really feels like this was a little bit of a misstep here. To not just tell us whether we can look at all these locations right now, the tops of them, whether we should treat them as visiting and what it wants us to do next, and what about our specialists? And let's write down, I guess, while we're thinking, that the heist has to happen on July 28th. Here's another little misstep. If you're editor and designing game design, like that 10 looks like a 16. That's not the smartest thing. Review your plans so far. Of course, you'll need to scout out the gallery, city archives. We need to pick crew, and we need a van. So we know how to get the van. We know how to get the scout out the gallery. We know how to go to the city archive. We're given this, but we don't know how to use this yet. We're given our equipment. We don't know how to use that yet. And we've done this, and here we are. We could go to the website. Let me go to the website and just see what we see here. Enter password ready to start your heist and how to reset. I guess maybe while we're still cogitating on that, let's just open up this notes and see. This seems to be our plan so far. Smuggle someone in, get in, how to get inside, get past the metal detectors, replace the guards, how to get out of the building. That's our equipment. I think we're going to need to repel. Getaway vehicle and day of heist. All right, so we already know the day of the heist. We said that was July 28th. Not sure we know the year, though. Assemble crew 3 people. There's a little hint that we're going to be picking 3 people. But maybe we don't know who yet. That's fine. Let's see what the chat thinks. Kia says, in the last time we played, we picked one and acted on it rather than look at the top of all of them. Choice of where to go first might make a difference. Like the workshop might cost money that could cut into who we could hire. Rob says, I seem to recall we played it like we had to make a decision once we went to a location, but it turned out the rules allowed you to back out. Shannon says, it does say urgently for headquarters. Where was the urgent part? I want to see this urgent part. I mean, we're starting out slow because we don't want to get things wrong. What is the urgent part? Where do you see that the headquarters is urgently? Your mobile headquarters took quite a beating and urgently needs some attention at the workshop. Okay, well done. I think that's the part we needed. So let's go to the workshop. Maybe you're right. Maybe the money we spend on our van is going to cut into our budget, but maybe that's more important. So we're going to pick the first top card. We're going to the workshop. Here's what we see. Noctis Racing. Blonde guy working on tires of the car. The workshop is recommended by your Amsterdam contacts. You understand why it has no Google reviews. As soon as you step inside, there's no reception counter or office space anywhere in sight. A man is working on giving a muscle car a makeover. Apart from him, there's no one here. His leg jiggles nervously as he sings along to George Harrison's Faster playing on the radio. You clear your throat audibly to attract his attention. The blond man looks up from the car. It's obvious he wasn't expecting anyone to turn up. Well, you looking for help? He asks you. We can ask who owns the car, or we can ask about repairing the mobile headquarters. Well, this guy makes me nervous, shaking his leg nervously. So we're here about getting our thing repaired. So clearly that's what we're going to do, right? because of the delays in YouTube, you should just shout out as soon as there's something you want me to do. Don't wait for me to ask. But I feel like we should be getting down to business. And Marco asked the question I wondered myself. Is this the blonde guy from this envelope? We've got the, is he the eagle? No, that's not the blonde. Yeah, blonde. 143 pounds, 5'9" blonde. This could be our getaway driver. But I don't like him being nervous. I don't like he is. Look at the car. Well, we looked at the car. Noctis Racing. I mean, he's got a little hat on too, but I don't know how you can decide that he's, oh, the eagle. The eagle. The eagle. And there's an eagle on the car. Good catch. Okay, so being perceptive has paid off. He's nicknamed the Eagle. And this is going to be his car. All right, so do we want to hire this guy? That's a question. His leg jiggles nervously, and he didn't spot us coming in. I don't think this is our guy, but he's cheap. He's 20,000 pound, 20,000 euro to hire this getaway driver. I wonder if we wouldn't be better off getting out with the boat. All he does, he speaks multiple languages. This may be our only chance to hire him if we want to hire him. So maybe we do have to start thinking about our crew. We don't know if, I mean, you could take a car anywhere. Let's, well, we're taking this game seriously. So let's take it seriously. Let's pretend we are really planning a heist. So here is Amsterdam. Why is this loading so slow? Here is Amsterdam. So if we're thinking about flying, driving, or taking a boat out, does seem like a boat could work. I'm tempted to go by boat rather than car. Car may be fast, also very obvious. Invisible Man says, I live in Amsterdam. What do you think, Invisible Man? Should we try to get away by car or boat? I feel like maybe we should be trying to get away by boat. Master of Disguise sounds important, but if he's the getaway driver, that's not really what we need. And we need our van fixed. I don't think we use this guy. Let's not use this guy. We're just going to ask him about repairing the vehicle. We're going to use him for repairs, not for getaway. All right, so I'm going to pick card 19. Remember, that's the mechanic here. There's only 2 cards in the location C. So we're only doing one of these things. We're going to ask him about repairing our headquarters. Not my field. You'll be wanting a different mechanic for that, but come by Come talk to me again if you have a need for speed, he says. You leave the workshop with the name of someone who can fix your mobile headquarters, and it looks like you might have also found someone to drive a getaway car. On your way out of the workshop, you grab a newspaper from a small rack. You'll need to stay on top of the news in the city. All right, so we get a star. Does that mean we made a smart decision? I'm not sure. Let me record it. All right, we get rid of card 18, which is the one we didn't choose to ask him about his car. And we draw card 68, which I guess is going to be the person who can repair it, or it's a way to come back. Let's see. All right, well, card 68 is just a blank shadows card. And you're going to keep me from forgetting to do anything. I'm not sure there are right and wrong decisions for some of these. It certainly seems like we made the right decision. We can still, well, we could have found out more about the car if we thought we were going to hire him. I mean, I am loving the vibe of this so far. All right, so we've got our card 68, our envelope 3, and then this card is not telling us to get rid of it. I guess we're just going to keep this someplace out of the way. We weren't told to get rid of card 12. Huh? Mobile location A, staying there. All right, let's see what we've got here in this envelope. And this is our newspaper we just got. Double-sided Amsterdam Daily News. Well, that's pretty nice. Okay. All right. Let's read this in a second, but first let's take a look at card 68. Okay. Ruben, this is the blonde getaway driver. This is Eagle. So we actually got his card regardless of what we did. We got the Eagle card. That's who this is, the Eagle. All right, so we can still hire him if we want. But we haven't found out about his car, which we could have found out if we intended to use it. Why is it in the shop? All right, let's take a look at, let's read our newspaper here. It's Wednesday, July 13th, 2022. So we just got a second answer we've been searching for. What year is this? So for our heist is July 28th, 2022. All right, let's read our articles. Criminal finally apprehended. Groningen, she robbed with impunity for years. The most infamous criminal since Bonnie Parker has now been caught in the Netherlands. We can breathe freely once more. By S. Miller. Hard to believe, Claire Mendoza, aged 38, has been caught at a well-known fast food drive-thru. Aged 38. Is this going to be one of our people? We've got women, but we're not told the age of any of them except the 18-year-olds. Okay, let's get back. Though she was the target of both the CIA and Interpol manhunt, we ultimately have the local police force to thank for the arrest of this criminal. She was recognized by a young officer who was called to the restaurant after Miss Mendoza had tried to pay for a meal with a counterfeit 50-pound bill, 50-euro bill. Groningen police have issued a statement saying that the wanted suspect attempted to evade capture but was ultimately apprehended and securely taken into custody. So she's not a good getaway driver to escape the police. Claire Mendoza was extradited to the United States of America on July 11th, just 2 days before the paper, where the U.S. citizen will have to answer criminal charges for 15 robberies. worth a total of over $10 million, faces a possible life sentence in prison. The wanted multi-million-dollar thief never had the opportunity to commit any crimes in the Netherlands. Her arrest will no doubt come as a relief to the nation's private collectors, casinos, and museums who no longer need to fear the constant threat of burglary. She was extradited 2 days ago. Okay, and the channel is telling me we do have her in our collection here. Well, there she is, Claire Mendoza. She's expensive, but she's in America. Okay, thank you for spotting that. Apparently, she's in America. Pickpocket, master of disguise. All right, well, apparently she's been extradited to America, unless something's wrong. All right, let's see what else we got. A circus show. Shows until the day after our planned robbery. Moncali Circus, magicians, clowns, world-class trapeze artists. Is this going to be where one of our athletic people? Draw location I, cards 28 to 30. Oh, that's cute. All right, so now we've learned about the circus. The circus location is now available for us to go to. All right. Moncali Circus is dedicated to the prevention of animal cruelty, so our shows do not include any animal acts. This is a show for people by people, but you're welcome to bring along your dog. Roll up, roll up. Okay, it's a little weird, but now we have the circus location we can go to. What is this ad for SpyTech? Solve your security issues, providing reliable access protection, alarm systems, surveillance cameras, and security staff since 2000. Require personalized consultation and want to make an appointment with SpyTech? Get in touch with our professional consultants right away at spytechsecurity.com, and you'll notice that's a little internet symbol. So let's make a note of this so we don't forget. A little reminder, if you are playing this at home along with us, you should not be going to places before when we don't. So we're all doing this together if you want to stay and give suggestions, etc. SpyTech security. Tech security. Well, here we are. SpyTech Security, the best security company in the world. Looks like there's text being hidden. We can log in services. At least we try to be. We have several years of experience in the field of security camera surveillance and the protection of valuable objects, and we're getting better every year. This may be the company that's protecting the art gallery. Let's see. Reliable cybersecurity, top IT experts, or this could be one of our people we could hire works here. Professional staff come from the country's top universities. They may not have the best degrees. They're always highly motivated. Our gold standard customer support is available to you around the clock. 49% quality services, 37% skilled staff, 100% support team. Not sure what that's all about. Creative security solutions. This is what it looks like behind the scenes when we process your requests and keep the bad guys away. Is this one of our blonde women who we can hire? And let's see, it seems like it's having a little bit hard time displaying this page. Let me see if I turn off desktop site, if it looks any better. No. Enter your customer number. Your number is made up of 0 as the first digit and 3 further digits. You will find on the device for which you have a current maintenance something. All right, so maybe if we turn it, we can see it better. There we go. Let me just switch to this view. All right, let's do it this way so we can see everything better. So services, that's here. This is this page here. I can't see this blue thing here. This is what it looks like behind the scene. Okay, that's fine. And if we click login, it's just going to scroll down to the login. Okay, so if we have a customer number, maybe the gallery, we can, if we figure out the gallery login, statistics, we guarantee your safety all over the world. Valuables are just as important to us as people or animals. And then what have we got here? We got home login. What's legal notice? Legal entities who provide this website. Okay, this is just real legal notice for this website. But what's data protection? This is just the real data protection rules in Europe. All right, so the only thing here really is to log in to this site. If we knew the customer number starting with a 0. But the other possibility is that one of our people, hackers, works here. All right, well, we'll worry about that. We'll worry about that later. Let's read this article about our gallery. I am loving this little game so far. Bachmann Gallery relocates. The Netherlands' best-known private art collection has moved to a new home. The distinguished collection of masterworks will be housed in the Vrije University's newest building. This follows a months-long wait for the gallery to once again open its doors to visitors. After much-needed repairs to the historic building that housed the collection forced the gallery to vacate its former premises last year, the beloved Dutch institution faced an uncertain future. Negotiations with the university over the plan to use parts of its building as exhibition space met with opposition from students. The new university building had originally been intended for state-of-the-art study facilities for students. But in the end, a compromise was reached. The gallery has now found a new home on the building's top floor. Art and education go hand in hand here. Students who want to visit the exhibitions will be admitted free of charge. If you're a student, you get in free. Gallery security procedures are limited to the top floor, so all students can keep using their study facilities as usual. So maybe if we were going to do a break-in, it might be nice to have the robber pretend they're a student. So maybe we want someone young who looks like a student. Explains the university's dean, who's an enthusiastic supporter of the project. The building work required to meet the gallery's extremely high security standards was completed earlier this year. Grand opening of the Bachmann Gallery on June 15th was a resounding success, a record 1,000 visitors on its first weekend. We're not expecting the flow of visitors to trail off anytime in the next few weeks, so it's going to be busy here. The latest exhibition isn't limited to Dutch artists, but also features interesting artwork by international artists. This will help attract lots of tourists, too, says gallery director Ruben Vanderberg. That's weird because our getaway driver has a little thing that says Ruben. He says that the new exhibit concept, Motionless Life, which is on view exclusively in July 2022 in the gallery's permanent exhibition hall, is particularly popular. We curated this remarkable collection specially. It also includes some major German and American painters. Motionless Life is particularly noteworthy. in that it shows not only the major Dutch still lifes, but also townscapes, technical drawings, and much more. The idea is to portray our lives in a new way. All of these dead or inanimate objects contain a reflection of life. Many are objects that are used to nourish and support our own daily lives. We want this new collection to shift people's perspectives on life and vitality and to prompt an expansion of the visitors' horizons, explained the director. If this has piqued your interest, you can find out more about the collection on the Bachman Gallery's website. And then here's the new address, which we could look up on Google Maps. All right, pretty cool. All right, let's go and open these up here. So let's start with our oh, I spelled it wrong. I should bring my proper mouse, huh? German to English, yes. Okay, let's go back. Maybe it's easier to see here. This is painful. Okay, what about if we turn off the desktop site? Okay, fine. All right, here we go. Modern art at the Bachman Gallery. Okay, go away now. Yes, and then always translate. Okay, go. There we go. Okay, Bachman Gallery, exhibition of modern and classical art in the heart of Amsterdam. Opening hours daily from 8 to 2. Okay. Let's keep our notes on the gallery. 8 a.m. to 2200. 8 a.m. till 10 p.m. And then we have the address, okay, which we've also got on our newspaper. And this is probably going to be the same thing where these buttons just scroll us down. Yes. Okay, so we can just walk through this. Bachman Gallery is now opening its doors to visitors from all over the world. A breathtaking collection of classical and modern works of art has been assembled in the new main building of the Vrije University in Amsterdam, we know on the top floor. All right, experience history, old and new art, united in a magical place full of inspiration and discovery. I'm going to see if I can't use my mouse for this. Let's see. Okay. Discover the exhibition. One of the largest collections of modern and classical masterpieces is waiting for you. We've got a free audio tour for a small fee of 24 euro per person. You can listen to the soothing sounds of our audio tour. Free audio tour for 24 euro. Sounds right. Cafe and souvenir shop. Relax in our museum cafe or browse for souvenirs of a memorable afternoon. Scientific Museum. We are constantly working to expand our collection and present it according to scientific standards. Not suitable for wheelchair users. Our collection is on the top floor of the building. Unfortunately, we do not have elevators. Okay. Paintings in our collection. 1612. Wait, there's some text here. Education and teaching content. Introduce our students to over 400 years of history. Why is it letting me click? Is that just... That's just some generic thing. Guide your students through the great masters of our exhibition: Vincent van Gogh, Pablo Picasso, and Frida Kahlo. Students, to visit our gallery, students pay only 90% of the normal entrance fee upon presentation of an appropriate identification document. So we would need a student ID to get in as a student. Note to teaching staff: traveling exhibitions on Marc Chagall and Leonardo da Vinci are no longer included in our program. So we can jump to Google Maps, visitor information. Let's see if this will open a new page. Didn't really go to Google Maps, did it? Oh, we could have gotten to the English page without translating. Show on Google Maps. Didn't really work, did it? We'll have to go on Google Maps ourselves. Visitor information. Again, same thing. Cookies. Maybe we need to... Which one is allowed? This is probably allowed. Okay. Become part of the gallery careers. Apply for one. Interesting. Here's a job advertisement for a tour guide. Can you memorize a lot of information in a short time? Do you enjoy speaking in front of large groups? Can command the attention of an entire room? Then apply here. So we could get a job at the gallery as our way in. How about as an employee in the souvenir store? Male, female, what is D? Is it other? Do you know a little about art history? And are you a real sales genius? Would you like to sell our bestseller, the chewing gum paintbrush, or the Van Gogh plastic sunflower, to interested visitors? Then you've come to the right place. We're looking for open, communicative people with the talent for selling. A night watchman. Oh, that sounds appealing for us. Have you always wanted to be in a museum at night, like in the night of the museum? Then we have the perfect job for you. Be a museum night security guard, protect our art. Let's just hope it doesn't come to life. Or a security specialist. Goes without saying, we need to secure our valuable exhibition. We're looking for security specialists. Basic knowledge of Excel, PowerPoint, and Microsoft is required. All right, let's see. Are these different links or do they all go to the same place? Apply online. We're delighted you're interested in our position. If you'd like to take part in our application process, click on the button to be connected directly to our HR video call. All right. Well, that's interesting. I'm not sure we're ready for that. Let's make on our to-do list, though, so we don't forget. All right, so, boy, that's tempting. All right, well, we'll do that eventually. Current exhibitions. Unique and talented artists. Our collection is divided into 3 exhibitions with different themes. These are going to be real pieces of art. We've got an Impressionism, July 1st to the 23rd. Okay, that's too early for us. We're not going to be there for that. Modern photography. Last day is the day of our heist. It's in the East Wing. Still life. This sounds like our target. Although they said our last day had to be done by July 28th, so maybe that means it's modern photography. Permanent exhibition hall. This month we will present Impressionist masterpieces from the second half of the 19th century. But is that this traveling exhibition area permanent? Okay, so that's a different thing. Motionless Life. Collection of classical and modern masterpieces awaits you in the permanent exhibition hall. Collection of sculptures, paintings, and photographs on the theme of motionless life. The exhibition also includes the oldest painting in our collection from 1612. That's someone famous, Leonardo da Vinci, maybe. What are the paintings we're told to steal? We agree to steal one of the two paintings, Roman place setting and golden hour. Okay, let's write these down. Roman place setting, golden hour. It sounds like it's telling us we can only steal one, and it has to happen on July 28th. All right, let's write down those two. Roman place setting or golden hour. Okay, so I wonder if that means we are going to need to decide what gallery it's likely to be in. Golden hour sounds impressionistic. Roman place setting sounds like still life. In the East Wing, we show one of the most modern and revolutionary art forms of the 20th and 21st century, photography. Okay, so clearly Ruben isn't our getaway driver, even though he's got the same name. Born in a small suburb of The Hague, Mr. Vanderberg has now lived in Amsterdam for over 15 years with his wife and two children. He has represented the Bachmann Foundation for over 20 years and was appointed head of the Bachmann Gallery project 12 months ago. I love art, and I see it as my job to share the beauty of this form of expression with as many people as possible, the director told us in an exclusive interview. As a family man, it is particularly important to me to make the gallery accessible and appealing to children and families alike. Okay, I don't see anything we can use here against him. No password sitting on his desk. Patterns of Nature, new exhibition from August 2022. A lion eating a leopard. Okay, pretty cool. The main thing, it seems to me, is we've got different sections and where they are and the jobs we can apply. And this is jobs. Okay, so I don't know what that thing is about. I guess address. Okay, well, let's see. Is it going to let me copy this? It's very annoying to do all this on a mobile tablet, but let's see if we can find where this is. Okay. Here we are. Is that the right address? Yes, it is. So there it is, that little circle. Is that right? No, that's... Where is our place? new university building. Okay, so I'd like to bookmark it. Okay. Have I bookmarked it? Saved, yes. Okay. All right, now go away. All right, so there is the university building where that heart is. You can see it's just a block or so over to that canal. Once we got to that canal, that looks a little bit landlocked. Newer near. So it's not exactly right near water. It's going to be a little difficult for us to get to water as our getaway. Certainly not going by plane, but I guess if we got to this canal, we've got little tributaries going north, going west. Maybe we could get out. I don't love it though. I'd be happier if we were off right near the edge of the ocean. Any other thoughts on this? All right, let's not forget the job interview. Let's read the back of our newspaper before we continue. Oh, I see something right away. Look, this guy's dead, Anthony Walker. So I don't think we're going to be hiring Anthony Walker. He seems to be dead. July 2022, he died on the 12th of this month. What you hold deep in your heart cannot be lost to death. His loving widow and family. Memorial service will be attended by close friends and family. Okay, and then we have Amado Perez to visit. Amsterdam Cubados, the small Caribbean island's controversial politician, has scheduled a trip to the Netherlands following the negotiations with the Dutch government. Amado Perez will be visiting our beautiful city from July 27 to July 29th. That's where our robbery is meant to be. I wonder if that's being scheduled because this guy's going to be a distraction for security or something. He will conclude his visit by giving a speech at the Amsterdam Olympic Stadium, 9 p.m. July 28th. That's the date of our robbery. That sounds like that's part of the plan. Do you see the stadium on this map, or do we have to search for it? Maybe it's not that important. I see the Olympic Hotel. There's the stadium. Can you see it up here? Can I bookmark this? Okay, so there's the stadium, and in the upper left, and there's our new university building in the lower right. So I think maybe they're hoping that that's a distraction, our employers. Purpose of his visit is to strengthen diplomatic ties with the Netherlands and to deepen trade relations. The international reputation of the beautiful Caribbean island, famed for its gorgeous white and sand beaches, and as the home of international pop star Diana, has suffered from its association with the illicit drug trade. Experts find it more than telling that the controversial politician Amado Perez, himself at the very heart of multiple past scandals, has specifically approached the Netherlands to establish closer ties. It's obvious that the meeting will revolve around the legalization of certain drugs like cocaine, for example. The Netherlands has an international reputation as a hub for drug trafficking. Our economics expert here at the Amsterdam Daily News, notes that with respect to Amado Perez's visit, during the speech at the Olympic Stadium, all roads within 3 kilometers of the stadium will be closed off and guarded by police. Roadblocks will be set up at 3 p.m. and will remain in place until 7 a.m. Police are expecting protests and special security protocols will be enforced. Why on earth would we be trying to rob this place when there are all these roadblocks? Yikes. July 28th, roadblocks, 3 p.m. to 7 a.m. That means anytime after 3 p.m. within restricted airspace too. Sounds like maybe we do need to use a boat. 3 kilometers. All right, can we get a sense of distance? Let's see. Directions. Or just moving it. Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing you this. Okay, so I was just trying to get the distance between these two places. 1.6 kilometers by car. So less than 1 kilometer. So this area of the university is going to be under the roadblocks of our gallery after 3 p.m. So it sounds like we should try to rob this place before 3 p.m. if we can. Let me just I want to point out one more thing though. Why are we told we have to rob this place on the 28th? That is making me nervous. It has to happen on this day. So I said at first, are they using this for a distraction? It could be, but with all these roadblocks, I just want to I want to open up the possibility that we're being set up to create a distraction, that rather than this being the distraction for our art heist, is it possible that we're being hired to fail so that they can assassinate this guy? Let's just keep that in mind. It seems unlikely, but that's something to keep in mind. All right, here's an article on road work. This seems like it could be useful to us. The province will be undertaking construction work to reinforce the bridges in and around Amsterdam. There will be major road work construction in the greater Amsterdam area from the 15th to July 15th to August 29th. The city will publish a detailed schedule for the planned construction when the work commences. It has already been announced that the Zeeburgerbrug Bridge will be closed. Boat traffic will not be affected. Zeeburgerbrug Bridge is closed. We could check that out on the map. Also, it seems like the city will publish a schedule. So maybe at the city archive, we could find out about more bridge closings. But it does sound like we should be looking for a boat. Air traffic is closed down. And all of this road work and roadblocks, it sounds like a boat is for us. But we still may have to drive to a boat. So let's keep this in mind. Okay, where is this bridge? Can we find it? It probably doesn't matter because we're not going to be trying to get on it. But I suppose... Let's see if we can map it out just in case. Save it. Okay, where is it relative to our other places? Oh, it's all the way. It's all the way over there. Okay, so pretty far away, but does this work? Yeah. No. Okay. How about my cursor? Yes. Okay, so here's the bridge. Here's our robbery, and here's where the general is speaking. President is speaking. So we don't plan to be driving out here anyway, but it's clear we're not going to be getting out by car. I don't think we're going to be getting out by car. All right, so that's the entire paper. That was filled with interesting information. All right, so a general to-do list is the SPY sign-in code, the hotel job application. And we've already found out, I think, 2 people that are not available for hiring. Claire Mendoza seems like she was extradited back to the U.S. And Anthony Walker looks like he's dead. That was our boat license. We've got 2 more boat people. Female facial tattoo. On that IT site, did we see a facial tattoo on the woman? No. Computer security electronics. She seems like she would be useful, but here we have an acrobat. All right, that was pretty amazingly useful, that paper. Pretty fun. But we're ready to move on. Or do we want to check out the ad? Maybe we'll go back and look at the video discussion in a bit. We have to get access as a student, maybe our 18-year-old computer guy. We could get access as a student, although why not just pay our way in? Why is it so important for us to get a discount? Top 4, it sounds like we're going to be rappelling down. All right, well, we've got 3 locations. The circus we just learned about. We might find one of our acrobat people there. City archive for floor plans and maybe bridge closings. The gallery to scout it out. Those are our 3 locations. I wonder if we shouldn't I wonder if we shouldn't look at that gallery job thing first. I mean, should we? And what about the audio tour? There's no way for us to get it here. We have to go to the place. Can someone check if someone has the website up? Can you see that you can't go to get the audio tour now from this website? And then should we be about us? Can we click on that? No. Okay. Let's see if this works. Let's see what happens if we... Okay, so the different jobs do have different links. All right, so we're going to need to back up and think about all these different jobs. Let's do one at a time. So tour guide. Tour guide says, we're sorry, we cannot offer you this job at our facility at the moment. The application deadlines have already passed. Next application period starts at about 4.5 months. Okay, that's too late for us. However, we can offer you the following jobs. Employee at the souvenir store. So, okay, so the tour guide is out of the question, but the souvenir store says, we're delighted you're interested in our position. If you would like to take part in our application process, click on the button below to be connected directly to the HR department. I guess we're going to click on this. Is there any reason not to click on this now? I mean, our face will be on this video call. Surely not, we're not the ones that are going to break in, but is this dangerous for us? Like if we were real robbers, real crooks, would this be dangerous for us to get in on a video call? Let's look at the rest of these. Night watchman. Okay, night watchman job is closed. Security specialist. Security specialist is also filled. Okay, so the only actual job we can apply for is the souvenir store. I'm a little nervous now about getting on a video call and getting my face on camera. I don't mean for real. I mean in the world, in our universe we're in. I don't know if it's so wise to have a recording of our face. I don't think we're going to be the actual people who break in here, but I mean, in reality, we could just put something over the camera. All right, well, I think we're going to end up doing this, but I'm thinking maybe we shouldn't just do it blindly for no reason. So let's not do it now. We'll keep it on our to-do list. Now, where was that director? All right, so we definitely don't think we can see anything that's useful to us here. No code. No details about his life that we can exploit. He's only been head of the gallery for 12 months, but he's been in Amsterdam for 15 years. All right. Well, I don't see anything else for us to do. We can't click on these images. How helpful would working in the gift shop be? Master of Disguise could do a video call. I don't know. I don't know how helpful it would be working in the gift shop. It's a good question. We don't have any. I mean, it does seem like if we were just a visitor, it'd be easier for us to move around. So far, we don't have any good reason to be in the gift shop, but maybe that would let us get keys, open up early. Don't know. Okay, well, it's time for us to take our next break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. So far, a very engaging game. I want to add a couple of points here, and then I'll catch up in the chat. We are going to need to know where in this top 4 gallery is the painting we plan to steal. We're given the name of 2 paintings we can choose between, but we don't know exactly where they are. It sounds like we think one might be an impressionistic, one might be a still life. So with the gallery page, that might give us a hint about what wings they are in. in the permanent exhibition hall. So if it is an impressionistic painting, Morning Light, what were the two paintings called? One was called the Golden Hour, which sounds like it could be impressionistic, and one is Roman place setting. So it's possible that the Golden Hour is in Impressionism, and the Motionless Life could be in the a permanent exhibition hall. So one thing might be deciding where to go. Another question is, if we are going to rappel out from the top floor, it would be nice to pick one of the places that's near windows. Something else occurs to me. If this gallery, which has just moved, is using the security company Spytech, then it could very well be the director, Ruben, who has that account. If you look at the Spytech webpage, it looks like we can try to log in. When we try to log in, we're looking for a customer number, a 0, and 3 further digits. So let's make a note of that we're looking for a 0 and 3 more digits. I was just thinking, like, if this guy set up the gallery security, he's lived in Amsterdam for 15 years, wife and 2 children, represented the foundation for 20 years, head of the project 1 year ago. It's not really a 3-digit number or a 4-digit number starting with a 0. I was thinking maybe he would use some of this information. Another possibility is that the video interview might give us a look at something on the walls that would tell us where our art is. All right, let me catch up here. The year 1612 could be our 4-digit code. No, because we know this 4-digit code starts with a 0. Sleeping Dragon wants to look what's beneath the gallery. If we're going to go down, floor plans from the archive. All right, so yes, I think we should pick our new location to go. We can either go scope out the gallery or go to the city archive. It seems to me that from a meta perspective, it might be nice to know what we're looking for first. So I think we should go scope out the gallery. Maybe we'll find out what we know it's all top floor, but we might find out what specific area we're after. Unless this says we need someone with a disguise, but I'm gonna pick this location. Remember, here's how we're making these decisions. It says of course you'll need to scout out the gallery. And the city archives are sure to have the building's floor plans. Rob says the security information from Spytech gives us more information. It says the number should be on the device for which you have a current maintenance appointment. So maybe we need to inspect a camera. Interesting. I mean, you could imagine if the video call could tell us some ID of a camera. All right, well, let's let's scope out the gallery first. Hopefully this won't be a mistake. You spend a while observing the crowds passing through a series of security checks in the lobby. The gallery entrance has state-of-the-art security doors. You figure that breaking them open at night would be impossible. This means you'll need to get your thief inside during opening hours. But how are you going to smuggle in all the necessary gear? There are guards on duty by the impenetrable entrance doors, and all visitors have to pass through metal detectors and careful bag searches. Of course, your trained eye never misses an opportunity. Beside the heavily guarded visitors entrance, there is a staff entrance. Security there is downright laughable. All the staff need to do is present their ID. Nobody's searching their bags. Satisfied with what you've learned, you move to join the queue. It's time you looked around inside. All right, well, now we've got our first clue here about why we would be better off having a job at the gallery with the staff ID. We said, well, what's the difference? Why not just go in there as a visitor? Why go in there as staff? Now we know why, because with a staff ID, we could sneak in our equipment. All right, so it's given us a new location, F, which is just one of the location cards, and G. So the touring exhibition hall and the permanent exhibition hall, which does that comport with our guesses about? So Motionless Life is in the permanent exhibition hall here. Impressionism is in the touring exhibition hall. So it sounds like my guesses were right about where the two pieces of art we care about are. So that's a good sign. We can now go check them out. I think I'm going to take this opportunity to get rid of this board in front of us. Let's see how that is. Let's see if that makes life a little better or worse. Just going to fold this up with our stars still visible and put it off to the side somewhere. Maybe I'll just put it right here. Okay, and then I'll just put our locations where we can see them a little bit better. Maybe we'll put them in order that they came out. Okay, maybe this is a little cleaner for us. And then we've got our people that are available for hiring. And we'll put these places here. And we'll put these places over here. Okay, maybe that's a little bit cleaner for us. And these are places we've already been, so probably we're done with these. They could just be in a stack here. All right, so it suggests it's time for us to go in the gallery, so we could just go straight to the gallery. I guess we should. We're here, we're in the queue. Let's go to these two places. Art isn't really your thing. Who cares when a painting was made and what techniques the artist was using? The price of art, now that's something you're very much into. So you reluctantly follow the tour through the exhibition space. While the tour guide drones on about the heyday of Dutch still lifes, you take a closer look around the exhibition room. There are surveillance cameras on every wall. You see straight away that they're using state-of-the-art technology, which is not your strong suit. Luckily, you know whose strong suit it is. I mean, on our list, we do. So we've got location J, and now we've got things. So we're going to make a choice if we go here. Location J is Shadytronics. Okay, so a new place has come out on the board, and we're done with this. Okay, so the exhibition hall, high-tech stuff. Okay, fine, but now let's go to the permanent exhibition. We should be studying these backs too, right? This just looks like, well, okay, this is an interior room. Keep that in mind. The touring exhibition hall is an interior. We're on the top floor. A long hallway. Okay. The permanent exhibition hall. Do you see anything that jumps out? Yes, I do. You see it? What do you see here? Look at the back of this card. We finally pays to be observant. What do you notice at the back of this car? I was going to say, hey, look, there's our painting. That could be the golden hour. But more importantly is this number, SpyTech 862. We just found the code we've been looking for. 0862. At least one of the codes for one of the cameras. So, especially given that the touring hall doesn't give us much to go on, but this room we may be able to knock out this camera. And that might be their oldest painting, so I wonder. Okay, very promising. Of course, we don't know. We might get more security cameras. Let's read this front of this card. Bingo, you finally spot the two paintings. Oh, two of the paintings are in the permanent exhibition hall. The two paintings your client is after in the permanent exhibition hall. So this is where it's all going to go down. You check every inch of your surroundings. Both paintings are secured by thick metal cables. That's why we have bolt cutters. You're going to need an angle grinder to cut them from the walls. We do have an angle grinder. Remember, that's what I said that was called, an angle grinder. On your right, there's a corridor with access for staff only. Noticing no one is standing guard, you sneak down the corridor, find a door to an office. You listen at the door. It sounds like the room is empty. Unfortunately, the office is secured with a keypad lock. You'll need to crack the code to get in. All right, and we're getting envelopes 7 and 9. This might be enough information on 7 and 9 to crack this code. Let's arrange our space. So there is we're going to need a bolt cutter and angle grinder, which we have in our equipment. There's a corridor for staff. We went down it. It's a locked door that's empty. And we're told to take envelope 7 and 9. This is a code that we would put into the website if we can figure it out. So let's see if these envelopes are enough for us to break the code or whether we'll have to come back. 7 and 9. Okay. Let's start with 7. All right, looks like we've got the brochure. Oh, here's our two pieces of art that we're considering stealing. Here is the golden hour. Okay, looks like a city. Looks kind of like New York City. This 1919 masterpiece by Thea Goldschmidt shows the New York skyline with the Empire State Building, which we could look up if we wanted to, at center stage. The city that never sleeps is captured magnificently in the light of a stunning sunrise, an extraordinary masterpiece with an interesting history. Enveloped in beautiful bismuth vanadate yellow, the Empire State Building rises above New York's skyline. So I think it's talking about this paint. An interesting history. And here's about the artist, Thea Goldschmidt, born to German immigrants in Washington in 1890. Thea Goldschmidt lived in Philadelphia, Washington, and New York until 1958. Shortly before her passing, she felt drawn back to her roots in Washington. The city that never sleeps has made me tired, she is said to have confided in a friend in a letter. City that never sleeps is the sort of nickname of New York City, as well as the Big Apple, etc. Bismuth vanadate yellow is going to be a paint color. I'm not sure why we care about that. Rob says Empire State Building wasn't built till 1931. So is this fake? Okay, draw card 69. I thought that was going to be a real painting, but maybe that's the history of this painting. 69. Uh-oh. 69 has got double exclamations on it. Why is that? The Golden Hour by Thea Goldschmidt. Chet says bismuth vanadate is a bright yellow powder that may have a slightly green tint. When used as a pigment, it has a high chroma and excellent hiding power. Interesting. High chroma hiding power. That just means it will cover up what's ever underneath it. Interesting. All right, so this goes into our permanent collection. Now let's look at this other painting. Roman place setting. This still life from 1871, so substantially older, by Emil Stenzel, oil on canvas, shows a richly laden fruit bowl holding grapes and a decanter of wine. The dark violet tones contrast magnificently with the pure white of the napkin to immediately catch the observer's eye. A brush wiping technique with the Biester paint was used to create this amazing effect. So maybe someone can look up Biester paint and tell us what's special about that. We don't know why we should care about this, but it's clearly important. Now, about the artist Emil Stenzel. As the son of a rich merchant, Emil Stenzel benefited from an elite education in 19th century Flanders. At age 18, and against his father's will, however, he decided to dedicate his life to art. Only a small number of his works have been preserved, although contemporary historians assure us that he was highly prolific. He is said to have produced more than 350 paintings, sculptures, and woodcuts. There are only around a dozen of his works left in private collections or galleries. The rest of his works remain lost. Draw card 7. How strange. Card 70. Boy, that's strange. Here's 70, again with the double exclamations, whatever that means. Roman place setting. All right, well, one of these two paintings we're going to steal. They're right in the same room. It's tempting to think that we might steal them both, but it seemed pretty adamant that we shouldn't. And this had a little candle on it. What about Bister paint? Bistre is a pigment made from soot. Historically, beechwood was burned to produce the soot, which was boiled and diluted with water. Many old masters used bistre as the ink for their wash paintings. Strange. Very strange. All right. Now, what's this other envelope we were told to take? Envelope 9. Okay. Here is the security door. So we went into the hallway. We went to this door. It's locked. It needs a code. It's the office of the director. And we've got 3 paintings on the wall. Wilhelm Weibel, 1881. Wasily Kandinsky, 1923. And Jackson Pollock, 1948. So these are real paintings by real famous artists. Kandinsky is famous for paintings like this. And Jackson Pollock, of course, is famous for paintings like this, which I know some of you are thinking the same as me, that doesn't look like much of an accomplishment. And then Wilhelm Weibel. Now, here's the code. Looks like it's going to be a number code. It's his office. We know who he is. We know from the website a little bit about him, and we know a little bit about him from the newspaper. Director, let's just read a little bit more about him. Says, gallery director says the new exhibit concept is particularly popular. We curated this remarkable collection specially. It includes some major German and American painters. Motionless Life is particularly noteworthy. The idea is to portray our lives in a new way. All of these dead or inanimate objects contain a reflection of life. Many are objects that are used to nourish and support our daily lives. We want this new collection to shift people's perspectives. Seems like this little hint about keywords, reflection and shifting perspectives. And then on his website, we learned about him. He's been there for a couple years. All right, well, it seems like we should have enough to enter this code. We're going to put in this code. We're going to go to this page to see what format the code is in. Let's see what happens if we do that. If we go to the website and we scroll down and we say we want to put in a password code here, let's see what it says. Okay, so this is card 24. Card 24, we're trying to put in a code for. Envelope 9 and card 24. What is the code for the door? So actually, it's not telling us what format it is, but you can see it looks like it's numbers. So it's a numeric code. So we don't know how long it is either. Here you can determine the type of answer required for each code as well as inputting the codes. Can we determine the type of code? It doesn't seem like it. All we know is it does look like it's numbers. So let's think this out. One possibility is it's one of the dates here. That seems odd. That seems like an odd choice. These dates are on the wall. Would you really use a 4-digit number that's written here? But what if one of these dates is wrong? What if one of these dates is wrong? All right, so we're going to brainstorm here for a little bit. We think it's a numerical code. So one option is that it's the real date, that it's one of these four, a 4-digit code, and it's one of them, and it's just either 1881 or 1923 or 1948. But trying the wrong one could get us a penalty. Another possibility is that one of these dates is wrong, and that could be the one we use. Another possibility is it's all three of them. Another possibility, though, is it has nothing to do with that, and it's more his personal life. And I will note that he mentions some things here, or not he mentions, but he's been there for 15 years, wife and 2 children. He's been there for 20 years, appointed as head 12 months ago. Would he use those codes like 1520 or 1519? He's been head for 12 months, 20 years. That means when he was appointed would be 19 years ago. Lived in Amsterdam over 15 years. As a family man, it's important to make the gallery accessible and appealing. The first painting is called Three Women in Church, Debbie says. So that could be a 3. That's an interesting idea that would be a 3. But the problem is, like, how could we possibly get numbers out of this? Well, these don't have the titles. I wonder. That's a good question. I wonder if the titles of these pictures are all numbers. That's a very interesting question. Let's see. All right. Yep, that's it. Look at that. Composition 8. The Kandinsky painting is called Composition 8. So there's our 8. This is pretty cool. There's our 8. The first painting is called Three Women in Church. So there we have Three Women in Church, Composition 8, and this Jackson Pollock painting is going to be named with a number, surely. We're gonna have to find it though. Oh, but look, they're numbered here. Let's see. Where are we gonna find? How about images? How are we gonna find his paintings? Not that one. Whatever you want to say of me, I do not. This is not for me. This Jackson Pollock stuff. We're looking for one with a number, though. Look at all this bullshit. That looks like it right there, doesn't it? Oops, where'd it go? Is that it? Number 5? That's our number 5 right there. Okay. Number 5, 1948 by Jackson Pollock. Number 5, 1948. So it could be number 5 or number 5, comma, 1948. We're not sure. Is a painting by Jackson Pollock, an American painter known for his contribution to the abstract expressionist movement. 8 foot by 4 foot. So as Rob says, this is a reproduction. Sold to David Geffen and then allegedly to David Martinez. Has been denied. 140 million. What on earth? What insanity of a world are we living in? What insanity of a world are we living in where this is 140 million? That is pure insanity. All right, let's not think about it too hard because we're just going to get angry. All right, let's go put in the code for this. All right, so there's only 2 possibilities. It's either 385 or it's 385 1948. Let's guess. Do we think it's 385? I don't want the alarm to go off. Is it likely to be 385, 148, or 385? I think it's most likely to be this. The door opens. That was a breeze. Fortunately, you know the great masters inside out. Draw location card H, add card 44 to the heist stack without looking it, and we got a star. All right, that was pretty fun, I gotta say. That was pretty fun. All right, so let's maybe we should always do these in order. It says draw location H. So we're inside this room. There's location H, the director's office. We're now in. We don't need this anymore. Add card 44 to the heist stack. I really wonder what would have happened if we put in the wrong code. Like, would we get an alarm? Okay, 44 goes into the heist stack, which is over here. Gets put at the top. We don't know exactly what it means. And we get a star. So we're at our 3rd star now. All right. If we're keeping track of stars. All right, that was pretty fun, I gotta say. And now I guess we're to hit submit. No, submit was if there was an error. That's weird. I don't know what that's about. Okay. Now we've got access to the director's office, which surely we're going to go right into right now. But let's take a good look at this first. Because that looks like there's a lot in there of import to us. Okay, I see something right away. I see something right away. What do you see? What do you notice? Is the window open? I don't think the window's open, but Rob has noticed it. It's the Eagle poster. So we know this guy is Ruben Vander something. We've seen his picture. He's an older guy. But we noticed that the getaway driver guy is got a necklace saying Ruben. And here is the poster of the Eagle, which we know is this guy's car. Has an eagle, and there's the helmet. But we know this guy is too old to be this getaway driver, right? So is it the son? Is it his son? He has 2 children. Is this his son? Seems likely. Son with the same name. So I don't know why he has a motorcycle helmet though. Anything else jump out at you here? Let's put this over here maybe. There's his motorcycle helmet. There's the Eagle poster. Paintings. Some books. Couch. Nothing else jumps out. All right. Let's see what's on the other side. Codes are so easy to break. Do people really think their ciphers are so difficult to understand? Shaking your head dismissively, you step into the director's office. You notice right away the window has been left slightly open. I guess that's what was actually pointed out. Someone guessed that, and I said no, but yes, the window is open. You find this odd because the rest of the museum features a ventilation system to keep the artwork safe from humidity. The few windows that are there are all kept tightly locked, if they open at all. Now that the soundproof door is shut behind you, you're enveloped by complete silence. You're very aware that you won't be able to hear footsteps approaching. Every minute you spend in this room puts you more and more on edge. What's your next move? We can thoroughly search his private things, or give the director's things a search and get out of there as fast as you can. All right, this sounds like what the game was telling us about the alerts. It sounds like there's not a wrong answer here. I suspect if we go thoroughly search, we'll get more information, but we will trigger an alert. If we go quickly, we won't trigger an alert. Now, if an alert just affects our score, it seems like maybe we're the type of group that would rather have more information. On the other hand, I don't feel like I feel like we already figured out what we are going to get if we search thoroughly. So I would be more inclined thematically, if we're role playing this, to do card 27, since I feel like we already know, we've already figured out the big connective point here. Maybe he's a smoker and that's why his window is open. All right, well, the chat is going to have to vote. What do you think? In general, I'd be inclined to take penalties to get more information. This is just the only reason I'm saying not to in this case is because I think we figured out on our own the key piece of information. And it is going to be hard to explain why we're in this director's office. So I think we should get out of here. Rob says it's probably a gay lover. What son would wear a necklace with his father's name? I think you have a good point. Either the son's name is Reuben, named after the father, or it's a lover. All right, well, what does the channel want to do? Thoroughly search it and get an alert, or get out of there? We're not going to be able to blackmail him. And if we get caught, they could change the code. So we should get out of there quickly. Sounds like everyone is in agreement to get out quick, quick, quick. Debbie says, get out quick. Melissa says, get out. Shannon says, quick search. Sleeping Dragon says, what info could we possibly gain? Let's get out. All right, we're all agreed. We're going to search through the directors. We're going to give the directors things a quick search and get out. So 27, not 26. Give them a quick search and get out as fast as you can. And it's in the dark there. Okay, let's see. You spot the shift schedule for the night guards on the desk right away. Bingo. Now all you need to do is find out who's on duty on heist night. There's no time to search the office further. You grab your prize and sneak off swiftly from the office. So we throw away card 26. We never allowed to see that. Maybe when we finish the game, we'll look at it. All right. So we got a star. I feel like we did the right thing. I don't know if the star means that, though. We might have gotten 2 stars for all we know if we did a deeper search. Another reason not to investigate the Reuben angle is we don't think we're going to use him as a getaway driver. We think we're going to use a boat. So we got a star. We got 2 more envelopes already. Out of 12, we now got envelope 4 and 6. Who in the channel here with me today joined me for Vendetta, the other Masters of Crime series? Because I think that's going to be interesting to hear what those of us who've played both think of these 2 games. 4 and 6, they feel very different so far. So we've got schedule for the night guards. And what else do we have? Let's see. Well, here's the schedule for the night guards. What have we got? Sounds like we are done with these. Shift schedule for week 30. Early shift, late shift, night shift. So we're interested in the 28th. So they haven't filled it yet. Childcare problems. Levin and Maria can't work on the same day. And here are the security guards. Brockhard, Verhey, Ryder, Jansen. Levin, Ryder, and Maria Ryder. So married couple. They can't work on the same day. Oh, it's a little bit of a constraint satisfaction puzzle. I see. So Levin and Ryder can't work on the same day. They have to be split up. They're each going to have 2 shifts. No wait day, no late shift, not Wednesday or Saturday. So sounds like we need to make a little chart here. Can we do it? Can we do it without writing on this? All right, it might be easier if we had matrix, but we'll just do it by hand here. So we've got Marnix, Gustav, Marnix, Gustav, Levin, Maria, and Vincent. Okay, there's our security guards. Let me just see what this one is in case it's more constraints. Appointment planner. This is our guy, the director's appointment planner, so we don't need that for this. Okay, let's see. So Marnix has no restrictions, so he's the one that we're going to fill in last. Now Gustav, not Wednesday or Sunday, so he could be not Wednesday or Sunday. Okay. So he could be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and no late shift. So he could be Thursday night, Friday night, or Saturday night. Those are his options. 2 of these are going to be for Gustav. Levin, no night shift, so only late shift, not Friday or Sunday. So he could be, or she could be Wednesday, Thursday, or Saturday, and it would have to be no night shift. So it would be Wednesday late, Thursday late, or Saturday late. 2 of those. Maria, no late shift, not Wednesday or Friday. So Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. No late shift, so that means it has to be Thursday night, Saturday night, or Sunday night. And we know Levin and Maria, not same day as Levin. And this one is not same as Maria. Okay, and then lastly, we have Vincent, no night shift, can't work on Thursdays or Fridays. So Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, no night shift, so it's got to be late. Okay, there's our restrictions. All we care about, however, is Thursday 28. We might only care about night shift either. So there's our people that can work Thursdays. These 2 can't work on the same day. So Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. So Thursday and Saturday, Wednesday and Sunday. So I'm not sure. I mean, one thing to see is that this family is going to be working Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday as a group, as the couple is working, but we don't know which and which. Wednesday and Saturday. Thursday and Sunday. Or Saturday and Sunday, Wednesday and Thursday. Actually, don't know the answer to that. Let's see. Late night, night. So if they have to cover nights, how many slots do we have to cover? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Well, they're all going to do it exactly. So the easiest way to solve this without systematically is to make a grid. Just usually I can just do these by looking at them. I mean, if we just assign that there's only 2 of them, well, let's look at one at a time. Wednesday late at night. You know, only one of these is doing a Thursday. I think that's it. Okay, so let's work it this way. These 2 can't work the same day. So one of them is going to work a Thursday and the other one isn't. That means that someone else is going to do a Thursday. The only alternative Thursday, well, except for we have Mannix. Well, let me try doing it this way. The only Thursday would be Thursday night, other than Mannix. That would mean that Levin would go Thursday late night, which means no partner going Thursday late night, which means Saturday night and Sunday night would be Maria's, which would mean Levin would have to go Wednesday late. Now, this doesn't work because this guy could fill in, but I'm just going to pursue this idea. If she's working Wednesday night, then Vincent doesn't have to work Wednesday night. Then Vincent would have to work these 2, Saturday night and Sunday late. And Saturday night is being covered by Maria, so this one would be out. That would make this Friday night for these 2 from this guy, these 2, these 2. Okay, so this gives me everyone with a unique thing. Let's see if there's any contradictions here. Saturday late, no one else is doing that. Sunday late, no one else is doing that. Thursday night, no one else is doing that. Friday night, no one else is doing that. Wednesday late, no one else is doing that. Thursday late, no one else is doing that. Saturday night, no one else is doing that. Sunday night, no one else is doing that. So there's our unique solutions, except for Marnix, who has got to fill in whatever else couldn't get filled in. So what are we missing? We've got Wednesday late, but we don't have Wednesday night. So Mannix has to work Wednesday night. Thursday, we have both slots filled. Friday, we don't have Friday late filled. Let's make sure everything else is filled. Saturday wait, Saturday night. Sunday wait, Sunday night. Okay, so there we have it. All right, all of our slots are filled. We know where every guard is. And now what we really care about is Thursday, 7/28. So here is our guard on Thursday night. And here is our guard Thursday wait. Levin and Gustav. Done. I did check quickly that other envelope. I don't think it was needed. There's our guards. I'll transfer that to a new paper. If anyone wants to disagree with me, let me know. We've got late night shift. Thursday, 7/28. The late night shift is Levin Ryder. And the night shift is Gustav Verney. Okay. We'll keep these in case we need to fix a mistake if I've made one. God help us if I have. There's our guards. Oh, this is actually a code to put in. So I guess we're going to answer that now. Does anyone want to disagree with me? I know it's not the ideal thing to do over the internet. Now, I did this by spotting some ways to attack it a little more quickly. But if you were to try to solve this, if you wanted to solve this more methodically, there's a whole kind of puzzle that's like this. You could put your guards on one side of a grid, and you could put your shifts, like late night shift 1, late night shift, or late night shift and night shift for Wednesday, and then Thursday, and so on. And then anytime you get an information, you would cross it off. And when you get someone that's there, you can cross off. Like if you knew this person was working this shift, then you'd know you could cross off all these in this column, and so on. So you could do it more methodically, but let's just try to see if I've got it right. If not, we're in trouble. And then we'll take a break here. So we're going to enter a code. And this is on envelope 4. All right. Which shift is important for the heist? Is it the late shift or the night shift? That's the question. It seemed like from what we were reading, it was forcing us to do the night shift. But I wonder if it seemed to suggest us, but we haven't really decided whether late at night or not. This says all you need to do is find out who's on duty on heist night. But have we decided whether we're going to try to get in there from 2 to 10 or at night? I guess we have to do it at night. We know that the gallery is open till 10 p.m., right? So we need to get in there after 10 p.m. So I take it that our answer here is the night shift on the 28th, don't you think? Could the other envelope help us for the night shift? I don't think it does, because I looked at it. I mean, we could look at this together before we jump to an answer here. But here's the 28th. There's nothing here. You can see that he's in love with that driver because he's got NASCAR Cup surprise wash car. So I think he's washing the car for his boyfriend who's in this race. Movies. Here he is. Dates with his boyfriend. Souvenir shop grand opening. Spy tech maintenance. Security level orange. Call Hilda, press briefing, camera maintenance, NASCAR Cup. So yeah, I think it's just his boyfriend. The lockdown starts at 3 p.m. So if we wanted to get in before 3 p.m., I guess we could do the late shift, but we'd only have an hour there. I think it's gotta be... It does say, doesn't it actually say night? Who's on duty on heist night? So I think it's gotta be the night shift. And then I have Gustav Verhey as the guard on night shift. I know I'm nervous about making a mistake because I don't want to set off an alarm. Let me just make sure here that I've written things down here. No night shift for leaving on no Friday or Saturday. Okay. Gustav, no late shift, no Wednesday or Sunday. He's open. Maria, no late shift, no Wednesday or Friday. Vincent, no night shift, no Thursday or Friday. Okay, they all look good to me. All right, I'm going to commit to this unless anyone... We can get there and prepare it, but the heist at night clearly has to be after the gallery closes. So we can't be stealing anything. We might want to get in early, but as far as security guards, nothing can leave until the night shift is over, until the galleries close. So that makes it night shift. All right, so on the night shift, it's Gustav Verhey. All right, I'm going to go type it in here. You've got a couple seconds to stop me. Gustav Verhey. Gustav Verhey. All right, here we go. I'm going to click it unless someone stops me. Even though the shift schedule hasn't been completed yet, there's only one way to give the guards their hours while ensuring all the shifts are covered. It's clear Gustav Verhey is the guard who you need to make sure doesn't turn up for his shift. Once you have his name, it only takes you a minute to find out where the man lives. It wasn't hard to find, given that his name is so distinctive. Draw location card K and read it, and we get 1 star. All right, so we got that right. We got a star. We don't know if we would have been penalized if we got it wrong, or if it just would have asked us it again. And it's told us draw location K and read it. There's not that many more locations. This is going to be a very different game than the previous one. So here's the guard's home. He lives in a trailer. Is this going to be one of our guy we can hire? Let's see. Guard's trailer. Gustav Ver, he lives in a rundown trailer surrounded by lots of even shabbier trailers. You settle down in your parked car at the trailer park to observe the scene. After a couple of hours, Gustav leaves his trailer carrying a towel. This gives you one shot to search his place. Besides some neatly piled paperwork for his job at the gallery, which you photograph, you also find a pill organizer with a week's worth of medication in one of the drawers. You've seen enough and you're worried Gustav will come back and catch you snooping around as you leave the trailer a few minutes later. So you leave the trailer a few minutes later. How are you planning to keep Gustav from going to work on the night of the heist? Phew. This is trickier. We do have experts that are good at narcotics, so if we hired one, we could get drugs from them. Right? We've got narcotics expert. So you could imagine this plan to drug him could work. We could try to bribe him. It might cost us a lot of money, so I'd be disinclined to do that. And we don't know if he's bribable. And if we're wrong, we're in trouble. Or we could send him a fake notice of termination and steal his access card. Huh. Now, the game is not clear about whether we need to make that decision before we get these envelopes and card 62. Like, what do you think? It sounds like we should make our decision first before we look at 10 or 11, but maybe we should be allowed to look at 10 and 11 and card 62 first. I wish it gave some guidance on that. I mean, we're just planning, right? So it doesn't seem like it's time-sensitive decision here. It's not like we have to make this decision before you leave his trailer. We've just gotten in and gotten out. So I guess we should look at what we found before we make our decision. Rob says definitely we should look at the envelopes first. All right, 10 and 11. And card 62, which maybe we're allowed to look at first. We're not sure. Probably we're done with the guard shift envelope now. All right. Let's take a look at our things here. We haven't made use of this yet, but we do think he's dating our getaway driver and they're in love. So I don't think we should try to hire that guy. All right. Let's see if we find anything that we can use against this guy. We've been playing for 1 hour, 10 minutes. Let's take our next break. I'm loving this game. 8 minutes. got my new cup of coffee here. I hope everyone has their coffee and tea. YouTube says 20 concurrent viewers. The chat is making jokes about our last playthrough of Masters of Crime when we were looking for a warehouse and we failed. I gotta say, I am very appreciative and grateful to be able to have some of you come back and join me for multiple games. It does feel like we are friends playing a game together. So we left off, we've broken into the guard's trailer who's going to be on duty. We're asked to make a choice here, but before we make this choice, we're looking at what we got from his apartment to see if that can inform us on how to attack this. Let's see. So it's the minutes of a security meeting on July 6th, which I think is in the director's book. 2 p.m. meeting on new security scheme. Place at the director's office. Purpose, presentation, instructions for new patrol route and security measures. The new security plan will entail the following changes. When regular opening hours end at 10 p.m., all security guards on site must conduct a thorough inspection of the entire building. This inspection serves to ensure no unauthorized persons remain in the building. All other gallery staff must exit the building by 10:10 p.m. at the latest. Check all staff have left the building. SpyTech will automatically activate the live feed CCTV cameras at 10:10 p.m. Once the inspection is complete, remote surveillance will automatically take over until doors open the following day. The previous patrol routes have been changed. Please check the patrol plan for the new routes. Also, we've added an extra layer of security. From now on, SpyTech personnel will be maintaining remote surveillance in real time. The system will check the security guard's physical characteristics against the transmitted video footage. Okay, pretty cool. So they're going to see if we try to swap out this guard with someone who doesn't look like him. I do want to note that we do have a security outfit in our equipment. So we are set up to imitate him, but we're going to need to look like him. There's his signature in case we need it. All right, are we going to get his physical description here in this envelope if we're lucky? Then maybe we can hire someone of his similar build. Although, are we going to be able to disable the cameras? Possibly. Oh my God, look at this. Look at this. It's the new security route. Okay, let's see. Carefully memorize the routes below and patrol them during your shift. 2 dots of equal color mark the start and end points of each separate patrol route. Okay. Patrols must cover the entire exhibition area to prevent false identification. None of the patrols should cross paths. Please pay close attention to the primary routes which pass the most valuable exhibits. Wow, okay. Okay, routes don't cross. Pairs are start and end. So for example, the black path has to come through. Black path, purple path, and green path could be done without crossing each other. So probably that has to be the way that goes. So I think we need to scan this so that we can draw on it. And then this is a puzzle we're going to put in. So what is it going to ask us? We're allowed to go to the website to find out first. But let's spend a little more time looking at this. So it's always pairs of colors. Even though this purple looks like this purple, they are different. It's always pairs. We're always drawing lines. And are these security cameras? What are these squares? I wonder if these squares aren't how you answer the puzzle. The black cuts across the gray? No, but because the black goes here, it means this one's going to have to go up. Maybe black has to go this way, actually. Does seem like we have oh yeah, black's going to go this way. Pink's going to go this way. And this one can go straight through. All right, so once we do all that, which it seems like wouldn't be that hard, let's see, please pay close attention to the primary routes which pass the most valuable exhibits. So black is going to pass this exhibit. These must be exhibits. So I think our task is going to be to figure, we're going to be told exhibits, and we're going to be asked which route passes which exhibit or something. Well, these all in pairs? These look like they're in pairs. It's not 100% clear. All right, so I think what we need to do is scan or put an overlay on this. I can try an overlay so I don't have to break for a scan. But let's see what format it wants this puzzle. So if we say it's envelope 11, we're allowed to look which routes must the guard follow. Hint, some of the routes in the colors highlighted in the document create a particular pattern. What routes must the guard? So we could have, it sounds like it's expecting us to spell out numbers or something with the paths. Like black goes like this. That's a 2. The black path is going to be a 2. And I wonder if this is the order. I wonder if it's 2, then yellow. You could imagine that doesn't look like anything. Nothing jumps out at me. And then this looks like the dark blue. That could just be a 1. What would this yellow number be? If he goes this way. Maybe a 5? Has to go this way. But could go... Yellow has to go the other way or it will cut off light blue, right? Well, okay. Let me just remind you, if you say yellow has to go the other way, by the time I see that, I have moved on to 3 different things. So, but yellow, well, yellow could go this way, but then there's no way blue to go blue. So it has to be this way, it seems. And in that case, purple's probably going this way. So yellow can go here. I think The only question is, what letter does this spell out if we think that's what the game is going to be about doing? I think yellow is going to look like this. It doesn't really spell out a number. I mean, I guess we could just solve all of them and then go from there. All right, let's go ahead and do it though. Let me go get the overlay so I can try to avoid drawing on it. Let's see if that works. I mean, so I can avoid scanning it. Let's see if this is even going to work. Is that gonna fit? Yes. All right, let's see if we can make this work. I know these aren't the most pleasant things to watch happen on the channel, but I'll do the best I can at sharing this so we can all work on it. Can I do it this way? Yes. Okay. So let's use our markers here. All right, we think pretty much that black has to go like this. Something like that, which I think is the number 2. I think that's going to be the critical way the game gets solved. And then we could finish up the rest of these, although we don't think they're particularly important. And then green is going to go to green and purple to purple and so on. But all we really care about is the black. Now, this color looks like it's the blue. There's a couple of squiggly options here. I think, though, pink is going to have to go like this. And so yellow is going to come around this way. Now, what's our option? Yellow can't go through here because that would break off the blue. So I think yellow goes this way. So the question is this a 5? I think maybe that is a 5. And then we can finish off the rest of these, aren't important. Blue is going to go to blue. I guess this one's probably going to go like this. That way, this one can go like this. This one can go like this. And we're all done. The only thing that we did wrong is the color. This looks like it's this color. So I think our answer is 152. I think our answer is 152. Unless it wants it in this order, 2, 5, 1. You think it wants it in this order, 2, 5, 1 or 1, 5, 2? Is there any hint here about what it wants? Which routes must the guard follow? Some of the routes in the colors highlighted create a particular pattern. Okay, the chat seems a little bit divided, whether it's 152 or 251. If it wanted us in the order left to right, why not give us this order left to right? Maybe it's not gonna matter Rob says black, yellow, but okay. Well, I'm going to try black, yellow, blue, but I don't think I think maybe it'll accept either one, but we'll try it since that seems to be the majority. Not sure it really is going to make a difference, to be honest, but let's try it. 2, 5, 1. Correct. It'll be easy to commit these routes to memory. At least you hope so. If anyone deviates even slightly from the route, the security team watching the live feed will smell a rat. If they send someone over to check it out, you're screwed. Draw card 53 added to the heist stack. No star, though, huh? So I feel like these cards we're adding are either making things harder or easier for us. Okay, I'm adding this to the heist stack. Card 53. Oh, it does say you get 1 star, but no image of a star. That's unfortunate. Most of the time it shows us a star. It's a slight oversight here. Okay, we're going to add another star. That's pretty good. Getting lots of stars. The more the better. All right, well done. Now, do you want to see what would happen if we put it in the wrong order? I don't think this has a memory of how many stars, so I don't think this matters. Let's try 152. Let's just see out of curiosity. Yeah, didn't like 152, but it didn't penalize us. Okay. That's a little bit of an odd choice, but okay. Well, at this point, we should do a little pat on the back. Little pat on the back for our little overlay tools, making it possible to solve this without writing on it. That went more smoothly than one could expect. Still feels like we might be using this information at some point. 10:10 p.m. It has to look like the guard. Physical characteristics. We can't deviate from that plan. So we have been following these instructions. We still haven't made this choice yet. That is odd. Feels like we should have made that choice ahead of time. All right, well, here's 62. So the last card before we have to make our decision is the information about this guard that we need to match his physical characteristics. He's 6'2", age 34, doesn't say his weight. 6'2", though, he's quite tall. Let's take a look at our people. Do we have anyone that's gonna look like him? 5'3", 6'3", 220, powerful build, master of disguise. And we've got 259 people. Claire, she's in jail. The Eagle, he's thin and we don't want him. So I think this has to be our guy to take the role of the guard. He looks like he's got a heavier build. 6'3", almost exactly. Master of disguise. And he's a narcotics expert. So we could send Kiki. Doesn't say it's a man or a woman, but 6'3", 220 sure sounds like a man. So I wonder if it wouldn't make sense to have, and charismatic, that means they can talk their way into this guy's room. Now, the only scary thing is, like, what if Kiki turns out to be not available to us? But I think we're going to drug him before the heist and steal his access card. I think we got enough to make our choice. Sleeping Dragon says Kiki seems to be two birds and one stone. Yeah. Master of Disguise. He can imitate the guard. He's charismatic. He can talk his way past situations. He matches his build. And he's capable of drugging him because he's a narcotics expert. All right. So are we all in agreement? We're going to drug him before the heist and steal his access card? Any disagreement? Any disagreement that Kiki is going to do this for us? Kiki's 25,000 euro too. He's affordable. He's one of the cheaper people we can hire. Yeah, bribery for sure is too risky for us. And the fake notice of termination, we only have a couple days, right? What if he calls into the office, which he surely will? All right, that's it. We're drugging him. And Kiki is 6'3". If Kiki has to, they can kill this guy. So either way, that's a win for us. Drug him before the heist, steal his access card. So 58 gets added, 59 and 57 get thrown away. So where are we? Are those in our stack or those? Yes. Okay, drug him. So card 58 goes in our stack. And 59 and 57 get thrown away. We'll look at those when we finish the game. 58 goes in the heist stack. How is the heist stack going to be used? We don't know. All right, and now we're done with this card. We'll just stick it in our pile. This card stays out with us. We'll put that with our other people. Okay. Where do we want to go next? We've got the city archive we still haven't been to. We've got the circus for an acrobat we still haven't been to. We've got Shady Tronics, which we could try to get some equipment to disable cameras. But we also have the code for the security shop for the website. So surely we should do that, right? We haven't done that yet. Let's do that. Let's check out that code. The sign-in code for the website. All right, let's go do that. SpyTech. So here's the SpyTech website. And if we try to log in, it says 0 as the first digit, 3 further digits that were on the device. And we saw 862 was the name of the camera. So we're going to try to log in now with 0862. Let's see. 0862. I don't know why it's not letting us see that. Will it let us see it now? Yes. Okay. 0862. Worst case scenario. Login area. Okay, we can report a burglary. We can book a service appointment. We can cancel an appointment. And we can get information. Now, let's take a look. So, On the 20th is scheduled maintenance for cameras, security level orange. Monday the 25th. Monday the 25th. What day is today? What day is today? Where's our newspaper? We picked up a newspaper. That's the current day. Wednesday, July 13th. Okay, let's write that down somewhere so we don't forget it. Where's all my cards? Looks like I put them off to the side. Wednesday, July 13th is today. 28th is our robbery. Okay, so today's the 13th. Grandma Hildy's birthday. That's where the director is now. Then he's going to press briefing. Then the souvenir shop opens. And then Spytech comes to do maintenance for the cameras. So it sounds like maybe we should cancel that appointment. Don't you think? Do you think that's an optional way? Like if our guard doesn't look like the guard from now on, like what are they doing? Do we know what they're doing on that day to update the cameras? It may just be that if we break the cameras now and they come in and check them out, then they'll fix them. All right, so let's cancel the appointment. That's my thing here. Let's cancel this appointment. Okay, our current, the appointment date is July 20th. So 0720. The date of your appointment is a 4-digit number without dots or hyphens. If your appointment is on August 12th, right, 0812. Okay, 0720 is the date of the Spytech maintenance. Let's see if I can flip this around. Okay, so there we have it. Let's cancel it. We canceled your appointment. We've just canceled your appointment, and we'll get back to you at our next regular service appointment in 4 weeks. Draw card 60, put it in the execution stack without looking at it. Okay, execution stack. It sounds like the executions. I think that's a little typo. I think that's the heist stack they're talking about. Unless there's some separate execution stack that I don't remember. No, these are all heist cards, so this has to go into the heist stack. Little bit of a typo there, saying execution stack. All right, now let's go back and see what else we can do. Report a burglary. No, that's nothing we can click. Book a service appointment. You already have an appointment. Okay, that's fine. All right, so then that's just a little clue to get you to come over here, but we've already canceled it. Now, product and information, new products, let's see. Flexible pricing plans. Beginner, $2,400 a month. Few cameras. We occasionally look at the recordings. Security guard 1 day per week. Business, 36,000 a month, a lot of cameras. Someone reviews the recordings daily, 3 additional security guards for half a week. Alarm buttons. Or professional, full surveillance equipment, 2 trained professionals monitor the footage 24/7, a ton of guards, monthly service appointments, and a cool hat with our logo. It sounds like this is just for fun, but I wonder if we need to worry about these. Can we switch to the beginner plan? I don't think we can switch, but it's a great idea. Switch to the beginner plan, which save them some money too. In fact, why rob the place? Just switch plans. We can make our money that way. All right. What we offer. All right. I don't think there's anything else to do here. That was pretty fun though that we canceled that appointment. Probably if you didn't cancel that appointment, it's one more like heist thing you have to overcome. All right, so we've done our security code. We have not hired our people though. And we have not gone to the city archive, although we're getting closer to knowing who we're going to hire because we know we're committed to Kiki Bang Bang. And we know we need someone with a boat license. That's going to either be Smoking Gun or Python. Sounds like at the circus we might meet Black Swan. However, we got a little bit of a problem. If we hire Black Swan for 40,000 euro, that's 65. That would rule out Smoking Gun with the boat license. But we could hire Python with the boat license. Don't really care about a pilot license, but that's who we're likely to find here at the circus. So I think maybe at Shady Electronics we're likely to find Python, don't you? Or Rubik's. But we need one of these two. Smoking Gun or Python. I don't think we need Smoking Gun if we can get Python. So I think what we should do is go to Shady Electronics now and try to get Python. If we get Python, then we get maximum options ahead of us before we hire Black Swan. That's what I think we should do. All right, let's go here to Shadytronics. All right, the top card at Shadytronics. Any clues here? Sleeping Dragon says, let's go to the archive first. Worry about the experts last. Well, you have a point. You want to go to the archive first? Okay. Oh, look who's here, an acrobat. That's going to be someone to hire. That looks like Black Swan. That looks like Black Swan. This is why I don't want to go there. I don't want to hire Black Swan yet. Well, I don't want to hire Black Swan. And I definitely want to find Kiki Bang Bang. We need those blueprints. Yeah, well, we're going to get the blueprints, but where are we going to find Kiki Bang Bang? Maybe Kiki Bang Bang is at the circus as a shooter. Or a strong man. All right, everyone still wants to go to the archive, huh? All right. I guess we're not, we haven't been, the game isn't forcing us to choose people. It's just letting us meet people. All right, here we go. Maybe the strong man, Kiki Bang Bang, is at the circus. But we're going to the archive because it's not forcing us to hire people yet. Your footsteps echo off the walls as you walk through the city archive's deserted lobby. Most people would find the old building and its monotonous interior a dull place to be, but you know just how many secrets the right kind of digging could unearth. Somewhere here, among the endless rows of building blueprints, are the Bachman Gallery floor plans. The museum only recently relocated to one of the university's high-rises. To break into the gallery, you'll need to know exactly what it looks like. But you don't have the proper authorization, so you're going to have to really dial up the charm to get your hands on the plans. You approach a chest-high counter. There's a woman sitting on it. Without looking up from the book she's reading, she asks you pleasantly, "What has brought you to the archive?" You can tell from the way she's speaking to you that she knows exactly who you are. And you're pretty sure you know who the woman sitting on the counter is. But before you start talking about the Bachman Gallery or floor plans, you need to be totally sure she is who you think she is. All right, so this is going to be Black Swan. What do we know about Black Swan? She's an exceptional acrobat, former ballerina, possibly, pilot's license, speaks multiple languages. She's got black hair. She's 99 pounds, 5'3". That's her right there. That's her right there. So we need to ask her the right question. We have to dial up the charm. Before you start talking to her, need to be sure she is who you think she is. And we think she is Black Swan, a former ballerina and exceptional acrobat with a pilot's license. So I guess we should ask her what job she's done in the past. Right? We're pretty sure she knows who we are, and we know who she is. So it seems like we should be asking her about her jobs, unless she takes that as too forward. But it's criminal to criminal we're talking to her about. Asking about her job in the city archive is not really, yeah. Okay, card 16. We're going to ask her about her jobs. All right, card 16. Here we go. Let's just hope this isn't a mistake. I mean, if we know her and she knows us, surely, card 16. Surely we're just going to talk to her about it. All right, we're going to ask her what kinds of jobs she's done in the past. Oh, I used to be the world's best ever Odette and Odile, but my job here is easier, lighter on the feet. The woman replies to your question laughing, and I'm fascinated by the old building blueprints locked away in this place. You never know when it might come in handy to know how big the ventilation ducts are in the city's public buildings, she adds mischievously. When you ask for the plans to the Bachman Gallery, your eyes twinkle excitedly. Oh, the ventilation ducts in the new gallery are just exquisite. She purrs to you before heading down the long aisles of shelves to retrieve the plans. A short while later, she hands you a copy and leans over the counter. I work part-time at the Dancing Diva bar. If you like, you can come see me there later. I'm sure we've got lots to talk about, she says with a conspiratorial wink. All right, so she's available to be hired. Thank God we didn't auto-hire her, because I'm not sure we want to bring her in just yet. She's going to rat us out, though, if we don't hire her, because she knows what we're doing. So that's a little troublesome. Stack E, the Dancing Diva, as a location comes on the board. That's the last location in the deck. And envelope 2, not the last envelope, but there we have it. Okay, so we can go visit her if we want to hire her. And the other city archive card gets thrown away. I've already given us a star, which I should record. We now have 7, 3, 4, 6, 7. 67 we're supposed to read. That's going to be her card, surely, although it's not got an exclamation point on it. So what does that mean? Well, there she is. There's Black Swan. Odette and Odile are from the ballet Swan Lake. All right, so now we've got 2 potential people for our crew. I'll put those out nearby. We don't need them yet, but we're going to need them. We're going to need to choose from them soon. Hopefully we can meet them all. Location E, that was the Dancing Diva, 2/15/67. Okay, we're all done with the city archive. All right, let's see what the blueprints look like. Security doors in blue. Open fire doors in green all over the place. So if we can start a fire, these doors will open. Or they're always open. I'm not sure. So we were right about the squares being the CCTV cameras. So we can also see these in our guard route diagram here, if this isn't just an abstract puzzle. It isn't an abstract puzzle. Look how cool that is. Look how cool that is. This is the Turing exhibition, and this is the exact map with even the same security cameras located. This one here is this one here. This one here is this one here. How cool is that? So this is a close-up of the room we're trying to get into. Okay. There's a little note here that says, thief gets in as a visitor. How to get around when inside, how to get hands-on equipment. All right, let's look through this a little bit more. So the recorded CCTV cameras are orange. The live ones are green. The ventilation ducts here are red. Looks like here's a way into the ventilation duct. Access hatches for ventilation duct. All right, so you could get in here and you can take it all the way out to the utility room. That's where they all go, into the utility room. So if you robbed the Turing exhibition and then came out through here, she could get in and carry anything out to the utility room, but could she not get out? Like, is there no way out here? It's clear you could get in here and get out here. Or could you get outside and rappel down from anywhere here? That's not clear to me. We're going to have to think through that. What could we cut out? We could cut, maybe when you're in this private room, you can just cut a hole because no one can see you. No cameras. There are no cameras in here. And these are recorded cameras, so that might give you enough of a delay. And there was an open window in the director's office. Very good catch. Very good catch. So you come in to this entrance past the recorded cameras, which gives you a bit of a delay. Come in, come out, cut your way out into the soundproof director's office where there's an open window, rappel down. Love it. Love it. Love it. Okay. Metal detector. There's a metal detector here. But that's okay because we know if you're staff, you bypass the metal detector. So our guard is going to come in early. Maybe he's going to let the... We don't know how the Black Swan's going to get in. But Black Swan is expensive. 40,000, 65,000. We could still do it. We can hire our crack team A, our S tier team here. Black Swan, Python, and Kiki Bang Bang. That's 95,000 of our 100,000. So that's what we want. All right, we'll come back to this again. That is very cool. Now, what's weird is we've got her on our team, but we can still go visit the location where she hangs out. Why would we do that if we've already found her? That's a little weird. Maybe she says that we've got lots to talk about, so we may want to go talk to her with more plans. Maybe she'll help us make plans. We need to find Kiki Bang Bang, and we need to find Python. So it seems likely that we could find the Kiki Bang Bang as a sharpshooter at the circus and Python the hacker in Shadytronics. Is there... What else did it say about the circus? It said some interesting things. Magicians, clowns, trapeze artists. Doesn't say anything about shooters. Maybe she has a friend. A gun shooter in here? We don't need a shooter. He just needs to be a heavy drug dealer. Well, maybe he's a bouncer at the Dancing Diva. So we're just meeting everyone we could hire. We don't have to decide who we're hiring yet. All right, well, I want to go get our hacker. Well, no, the hacker we don't need. We do need Kiki, though. All right, let's go to the Dancing Diva. I wonder if we can't make Kiki as a bouncer at this bar. Yeah? Let's try it. The drag show at the Dancing Diva is amazing, but you don't have time to keep watching the formidable queen strutting across the stage. Scanning the place for your contact from the city archive, you spot her working the bar. She prepares cocktails for the thirsty patrons. Her movements deft and breathtakingly fast. She recognizes you, but doesn't stop serving. She waves you over and shouts across the bar, "Knew it! You're looking for people to do a job, right? If you need a true master of disguise, go backstage after the show and check with my pal Bob." With that, she sets a spectacular cocktail down on the bar in front of you and turns back to the other patrons. You lean back and enjoy the queen's lip-synced performance, then follow the bartender's advice. Is Kiki going to be the drag queen? It's certainly possible. 22. Okay, that's this card here. All right, so was there anything else to look at here? I mean, this does look like it could be a black Kiki Bang Bang. Could be our guy who would be a perfect match for the guard. Okay, here we go. You barely entered the backstage area when a large man blocks your way. At first, you think he's there to throw you out, but it turns out he's expecting you. Black Swan says you're recruiting for a job. Well, you come to the right place, he says, cutting straight to the chase. He gives you a tour of the backstage area, so you're so caught up in the conversation you lose track of time. When you finally glance at your watch, you realize you need to go. Then it tells us grab card 63. Okay, this is going to be Kiki Bang Bang, I suspect. No name. We just have to assume that it's who we want. Well, where's our list? Is it anyone else it could be? Where's my list of people? What have I done with it? Here. I mean, surely that's Kiki, right? Surely this is going to be Kiki. Okay, well, he's not blonde, so it's not Smoking Gun. It's not female, so it's not Python. He's older than 18, so he's not Rubik's. So that's it. We just met Kiki Bang Bang. That's cool. It's cool that you're not sure exactly who he is. All right, but that is great news for us. We found Kiki Bang Bang. All right, our crew is coming together, and now I just want Python. And Python is likely to be at Shadytronics. Rubik's is probably at Shady's. Well, either person could be at, both of these people could be at Shady's. They're both computer security experts and electronics experts. They're very similar. We could actually hire either one. But we need the boat license. We need Python. That's what's going to be the trick. We're going to meet both of them here, and we need the boat license one. All right, let's go to Shadytronics. Here we go. This is exciting. SIM card, spyware, security tech, computers, mobile use, electronics, Babacall, Shadytronics. Here we go. As you walk into the electronics shop, you hear two people arguing over which first-person shooter is the best of all time. I'm right. Both of them are here. We're going to decide which one to hire. You've come to the right place, no doubt. Sorry to interrupt your important discussion, but which one of you knows their way around the latest security technology for these cameras? The friendly bickering stops as you drop a stack of photos you took at the museum and onto the counter. Well, that would be me, of course, the woman answers. This guy here is still catching up on 2 missed years, but I'm glad we got him back early on good behavior and not in 20 years. She puts the kid next to her in a good-natured headlock. He gives you a slightly tortured look. I'm as up to speed as you, he hisses sharply. You can see that he has his phone under the counter and keeps on hitting decline on a call from Quantico, Virginia. This is where Quantico is FBI. They're trying to inform. So basically, what we've got is Rubik's, the 18-year-old male, is here. Rubik's is the 18-year-old kid, and Python is the woman. And this guy is going to turn us in to the FBI if we hire him. So that would be a terrible mistake. This is who we want anyway. She's got her boat license. No mention of her tattoo, though, huh? Well, clearly we're talking to her. All right. So talk to the woman, card 32. But before we do, we're given cards 65 and 66. These are our two people here. This is pretty fun. All right, let's look at these two people. Here we are, exactly as we thought. There's the woman with the tattoo on her face. And there's our 18-year-old Rubik's with the Rubik's Cube, right? That's pretty cool. All right, so we just meet these two. We know who we want. Kid, get out of here. We got business to talk to you about with this woman. All right, so these go into our potential crew we can hire. We're not talking to them yet, but that kid is going to be an informant for the FBI. We definitely don't want him. All right, but we did grab those cards, and now we have to answer this question. All right, well, we know what we want. We want to talk to the woman, which is card 32, which is right here. We're talking to Python. Let's not make a mistake. 32. Who we think is Python, and we're throwing out card 33. We don't get to talk to the kid. We don't want to. Let's see what Python says to us. The woman cuts to the chase. She tells you straight off that the cameras you're inquiring about are the latest in security engineering, but you can shut down most of them provided you have physical access and know what you're doing. She adds with a cunning smile. She continues in a more professional tone, but some of them, those with the number 232, can't be switched off. Once active, they transmit a live feed that's monitored by SpyTech. All right, so that's our live cameras. It makes sense. You can't shut those off. And we know where those are. They're the greens. So these cameras here can't be shut off. The green ones. So we're going to have to plan a route, I guess, that doesn't get us past the green one. Because it sounds like there's nothing we can do about those. Okay, and we're done with that location. So let's look at the top of this deck. What does it say? You have now revealed all the locations. Once you have finished playing through all the location cards and followed all your remaining leads, go and do the heist. And then we deal with these cards. So I think what's happened is that this heist stack we've built, I wonder if this isn't things we won't have to deal with, because we took care of them properly. Not sure. All right, but we still have the circus to go to. I think we're going to meet our last person here. Smoking Gun is the last person for us to meet. So I think we're going to do that. Rob says, why is Python cheaper than Rubik's? That's a good question. It's just sexism. All right, here we go. Wonkali Circus. Smoking Gun, look, smoking gun. As you enter the big top, you're enthralled by the incredible acrobatics of the woman on the trapeze. You've never seen anything like it, but the spell is soon broken by the coach's shrill voice shouting up at the artist. Will you get rid of that damn cigarette? Can't you manage even 10 minutes without one? Taking no notice of her coach's gruff words, the trapeze artist does a backflip to the ground, drops the cigarette next to her foot, and stamps out the still glowing butt. Seeing you, she smiles and points at her coach. For what I get paid, she should consider herself lucky I'm here at all. I guess this is maybe her coach is a woman. I bet my talents are worth a lot more elsewhere, she mutters under her breath. What do you want to do? We can join her in smoking a cigarette, or we can grill her coach about the trapeze artist. That's an interesting choice. But let's give ourselves the star first. Well, this is an interesting situation we're in because we really don't think we're going to be hiring this woman. Right? This is the first time we've been very sure we don't want to hire Smoking Gun. Although she does have a boat license. She's a narcotics expert. But she's too expensive for us, right? Because our plan is to hire Black Swan and Kiki. That's 65. That means we couldn't afford, we need Python and Kiki. That's 55. So I guess one of these two could be used for acrobatics. So actually we could afford both of these. One of these. We could afford either one of these. So we're going to choose between Black Swan and Smoking Gun. But it sure seems like we'd prefer Black Swan, right? The only benefit to Smoking Gun is she also has a boat license. However, Black Swan is the only one that speaks multiple languages. We don't know why that would be helpful to us, but it could be. We already have someone with a boat license. So Black Swan and Smoking Gun look a little bit interchangeable. So I suppose, what are we looking for? We're looking for any information that might help us decide on the two of them. Now, Black Swan is a criminal and knows how to get into ventilation ducts, whereas Smoking Gun is a real ballerina. She's not used to criminal activities. But Black Swan has already figured out. Here's the thing, what I was mentioning before. This woman already figured out we're gonna rob this gallery. We cannot not involve her now. If we don't hire her, she could tell on us. So I think we're giving this letter a strong pass. So the only question in my mind is which of these keeps her in the dark? So which one of these do you think? Did I already give myself the star for that? I guess we can check these later and make sure. Well, actually we can't. If someone thinks remembers me checking the star, please let me know. I think I did, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to miss the star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 8. I think I did. Okay, which of these do you want to do? I think maybe the safest thing would be to talk to the coach. I don't want to tell her. I don't want to talk to her. I don't want to tell her about our plan. You want to smoke a cigarette with her, huh? All right, we're gonna have to have a vote on this because I'm She has to be constantly smoking. That's not good for us. She's going to be smoking while she's on the job. We don't want this woman. I think either way, we're going to hear that she's not good to bring. So maybe it doesn't matter. No smokers. Yeah, we don't want her on the job. All right, but everyone seems to think they want to talk to her. Just going to have a cigarette. See what she has to say. All right, you guys want to talk to her. I don't think there's much harm in it. We're going to have a cigarette together. 29. At last, someone who understands smoking is a passion. The woman laughs while lighting your cigarette. You don't actually smoke, but you always have a pack of cigarettes on you for just this purpose. As your lungs fill with smoke and you fight back a bout of coughing, the acrobat starts talking about her job at the circus. I'm the circus's aerial acrobat and contortionist. And to be frank, I've had it up to here with these coaches thinking they can boss me around. I'm the only person here with any real skill. Used to be that I did far more dangerous things, she casually confides. You're still struggling through your first cigarette as she lights up her second, inhaling greedily. She catches your raised eyebrows. I can't smoke during the next number. This is me loading up on the nicotine I'll be missing in the next 15 minutes. She tells you quickly, finishing up her cigarette and swinging herself up onto the trapeze. So we get another star, but we know we don't want this woman anywhere near our heist. That's a good way to have things go wrong with some smoking addict trying to take a cigarette while we're on the job every 15 minutes. So we don't get to read the other card, 30, and we pull out our acrobat card, which is the last card in the deck other than heist cards. And here she is, smoking gun, trying to lure us into hiring her. It's not going to work. Just don't even look at me. It's not going to work. We're not hiring you. We're not hiring you. Now, if you want to meet up for some coffee after the job, talk about future prospects, I'm not saying we can't go on a date, but you're not right for this job. We now have all of our crew, potential crew has been discovered. We met the Eagle first. Anthony Walker was dead. Then we met Black Swan at the city archives. She introduced us to, and she knows what we're up to. She introduced us to the security guy who's Kiki Bang Bang, who is just who we've been looking for. Then we met Python, the computer hacker, and her friend Rubix, another computer hacker, possible FBI informant. And our plan is to use these three. And not hire the others. Why aren't we hiring the others? This guy is the boyfriend of the gallery director. He would turn us in a heartbeat, I think. This guy is an informant for the FBI. And he doesn't have the boat skills we need. And this woman is a risk with her smoking addiction. So we don't want them. We want these three. These three are going to cost us $30,000, $25,000, and $40,000. 70, 95,000 pounds, euro. We can afford a max budget 100,000. That's our team. We are ready for the heist. Now, what are these cards? 64, 65, 68. I don't think we've... Oh, those are the guys we're not hiring. Okay, fine. What haven't we seen? There's three envelopes we haven't seen. We haven't seen Mobile Headquarters A, but it says don't read it until we're told to read it. We do have this plan: smuggle someone in, getting past the metal detectors, how to get inside, replace the guard, how to get out of the building, what getaway vehicle are we going to use, and when are we going to do the heist. I think, and assemble 3 crew. I think we pretty much have this information figured out. We haven't decided which of these to rob yet, or if we could go for 2. But we've got our crew. And the instructions say, you have now revealed all the locations. Once we finish playing through all location cards, followed all remaining leads. So if there's any more website stuff, to-do list that we think we have to do, we're supposed to do that now. Bridge, I don't think so. We didn't do the video interview. I think it's time for us to do the video interview, and then we go to plan the heist. We haven't done the video interview. I think we're gonna... I think we need to do that video interview. So if you'll remember, at the gallery, we can apply for a job to work at the souvenir shop. So let me remind you what we were worried about. On one hand, we were worried about getting our face on camera. That's our only real worry, but it's kind of crazy not to do this. I think what we're going to do is we're just going to put a piece of tape over the camera so they can't see us. And then we're going to open up a video call and see what happens. All right, here we go. Ready? All right, let's do this together. There's no way we're not doing this. Let's see. If it gives us a penalty, well, we're putting our hand over the camera, so we'll just see what happens here.
Hello? Can you see me?
Hold on. I need to be able to hear this with you.
Hello? Can you see me?
Yes.
I can't see or hear you yet. Oh, there you are. Hi. All right, perfect. So tell me a little about yourself. Why are you applying to...
So it looks like thematically, this is a way to avoid, this is all their video there is. And now we're going to an online test. An error has occurred during the transmission of the live chat. We apologize for the inconvenience. This is just a very clever thematic way to send us here. Instead, please complete the online test below. We'd like to find out how much you already know about the gallery, your potential new employer. We wish you the best of luck. We hope to welcome you as part of our team soon. Solve these tasks for the secret solution set, and you've got the job. Stars awarded here in the test do not count towards your overall score. Huh. Is this just for fun, or is this to make sure we know stuff? Okay, Best-selling product in the store. Oldest painting. Okay, well, we know some of these. The oldest painting was in one of the brochures, was 1612, right? And then this guy's name we know from the paper here. This is Mr. Vanderberg. Dr. Vanderberg. Modern photography exhibition is currently on display. I think maybe this is just making sure you've been through this page. Modern photography was in the east wing of the museum. So the only thing we need to, oh no, we need to these answers too. Best-selling product in our souvenir store. Is that something we could have learned about here? I feel like we were told something about it. Do we get multiple choice? Does anyone remember? Our bestseller, here it is, the souvenir store. Bestseller is the chewing gum paintbrush. The chewing gum paintbrush. There it is. Chewing gum paintbrush. Okay. Without the quote. And then, why is this a check here? Check separate, I guess these are separate puzzles. Yes, 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 yes. That's right. The first solution word is everyone. Okay. Which of these painters comes from Flanders? Drag and drop. It's kind of silly. Everyone, something, art. Enter the solution from test 1 to 3, and you'll not only get the job, but also an additional surprise. Okay, where did we hear this part about Flanders? Do you remember? Probably on the website again. And if Flander isn't here on this website, or at least not that it can find, so was it in the newspaper? Or was it here? Or is this something we have to search for? Is this comes from Flanders? Is this talking about a local town in Amsterdam? And is it asking us which of these artists come from Flanders? You can't see the fourth. Vincent van Gogh, Emil Stenzel, Gustav Klimt, and Pablo Picasso. Well, Pablo Picasso is from Spain, so I think. So I don't think he's from Flanders. I'm sure somewhere he said which of the artists were local. Maybe even though that search didn't find it. Feels like these entries told us about the locals. Hmm. Hmm. Flanders is in Belgium. So that would be Vincent van Gogh. This is not correct. I guess it's just telling us the answer. Emil Stenzel. All right, so as soon as you click Emil Stenzel, you get told it's the right answer. All right, this is not a key part of the game. Everyone is art. Everyone is art. All solution words are correct. Congratulations, you've got this job. Now draw 61 and place it unseen in the implementation pile, and you receive a star. So this is like a little bonus for spotting everything you're supposed to do. All right, so card 61 of the heist, we put in the heist pile. Sometimes they call it an implementation pile. Sometimes they call it an extinction pile. But it is rewarding us for being completionists, for not missing any little thing. And I think we're done here. Yeah, that's it. We're done here. Okay, so we are ready for part 2, but we've been playing for an hour and 24 minutes in this last session, so we will take a break. we've been playing for 5 hours. So we're going to stop this session here. But, well, rather than take an 8-minute break and come back, let's discuss this. Let's discuss what we're going to do. We are going to stop playing for now. We're going to end this stream because we've been playing for 5 hours. It's possible that this heist will go very quickly, but there is a whole deck of cards here, so I don't know. I don't know if it's just going to play through our heist once we've planned it, but clearly there's a bunch of details we have to figure out. So we're going to break this into 2 sessions. Yeah, because we have to still 2 envelopes. So what we're going to decide here, though, is when to play our second session. Then we'll just end here. So rather than take an 8-minute break and come back, what we're going to do now is just decide amongst ourselves, amongst this group, when to play part 2. And then we will end for now. So let me give you some choices. Tomorrow at 1 p.m., I have a live channel update. So it shouldn't be before 1 p.m. tomorrow, but here's what we could do. We could meet again at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow afternoon. We could meet tonight. What time is it now? It's 6 p.m. I guess we're rapidly getting done with tonight, but we could take a break for a couple hours and meet again tonight to play for another 4 hours. Also a little rough, but it could be done. We could play tomorrow after 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. We could play tomorrow evening at 10 p.m. or so, Sunday evening. We could wait a whole week and play part 2 on Saturday afternoon. Next Saturday afternoon. And then just do a long recap of the case. There's something appealing about that. It does seem like a long time to wait, but you could imagine we've planned our heist and we're going to carry it out. It is, in the game time, it is July 13th, so the heist is until the 28th. That kind of makes sense to me. Or theoretically, I could wake up early on Sunday morning at like 6 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's pushing it a little bit. I think we should do next Saturday in 1 week from today at the same time. That is a long time to wait to hear how this case resolves. But that's, the anticipation is a good thing. So that's what I'm going to propose to this group. That we finish up part 2 in 1 week. Same time as today's session, 1 p.m. Central Standard Time next Saturday. Lauren says sold. Looks like Debbie Levy said next week works. Sleeping Dragon said next week works. Rob says as long as it's approximately the same time, works for me. Okay. Well, that's what we're doing. All right. Well, so far, this has been an amazing experience. I mean, Masters of Crime Vendetta felt very different. This one feels like a real planning of a heist. It's really... It hasn't felt like we've needed to do too much real deduction. I feel like most of our choices we could have done the right thing or wrong thing. I'm not sure if the game has told us whether we have. It feels like we're doing things right. But boy, it's a fun setup. All right. Well, thank you for joining me. Tomorrow, remember, tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, I will be doing a live Q&A channel update. I do hope you can join me for that. If you can't and you have some questions ahead of time, you can send them to me. And then a week from today at this same time, we'll be wrapping up this case with part 2. Pretty exciting. I'll see you tomorrow.